Hey, what's up, early birds? What's up, early birds? What's up, A students? What's up, gold star recipients? Are you ready to party? Who's ready to party? Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Are you prepared? Are you ready? Well, yes. My dream as a streamer is to make millions of dollars so that I can pay a full-time salary to somebody to just be like my number one moderator. Just saying.
Alive,
dip dibbity doo doo. Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Doop doop doobity doo doo. What is this nonsense? Doop doop doobity doo doo. Well, here we go again. Let's run it back. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's party. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, all of you beautiful people. Welcome back. It's Thursday. You ready for your Thursday therapy? Girl one sends her love. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How are we doing today? We hanging in there? What the fuck is this? Huh? Um... Apparently this janitor just found a Windows Media Player sound visualizer. Just chillin'. Is there a scientist who can, looks like a TikTok filter or something? It's like you can see it behind the glass, though. I'm like, if this is faked, it's like, that's pretty convincing. Huh. The way that it clips with this side is kind of like weird. AI generated. Yeah. This is computer generated, I fear. This was posted in unexplained videos. I'm like, the sign in the back says caution reality slip. I'm like, yeah, this is computer generated. It's pretty decently well made though. There's just some spots where it's like, oh. Just like overlaps the wrong way. Huh. Or maybe it's aliens. Maybe it's aliens. Like, can you trust anything you see online these days anymore? Not really. Not really. I'm gonna talk about something real quick. It was revealed that Dr. Disrespect was also trying to hook up with a trans sex worker around the same time that they cheated on their wife and was messaging a minor. Which just goes to show that people who take the time and the effort to just be very outwardly transphobic are very often what we would refer to as a chaser. That chaser dick don't even hit good. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. It's limp dick behavior, honestly. But honestly, I mean, who's surprised? I mean, you just have to think. You just have to think. If somebody is taking time out of their day to just obsessively post, like, anti-trans stuff, it's just like, Like, first off, like, do you actually know any trans people? Most of these people who are very outwardly transphobic, I'm like, you probably never even met a trans person. It's the same kind of thing where, like, now this isn't 100% of the time, this is just something that happens a lot of the time. People who are very outwardly homophobic are also the ones who, think about Republicans in Congress who want to pass, like, anti-gay legislation. It's like, it's always those guys who are getting caught in the truck stop bathroom. You know what I mean? It's always the people who are, like, very vocal that are secret. And the reason why they do it is because, well, first off, they're stupid. First off, they're dumb as hell. But they just have this, like, really deep internal conflict, I guess, and that's why they feel so strong about it. It's like they're trying to, like, they're clearly grappling with something inside. Girl One is here. Hey, Girl One. Cutie Cheeks said that you were talking shit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Cutie Cheeks said you shared your love. That was just a joke. It's just a joke. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
And then I check Instagram and I see an ad for graham crackers. These things are spying on us.
Yeah, go ahead and spy on me. You're just gonna see me drink too much wine and watch too much Scandal.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Who got that?
That's mine.
Dylan, that looks really good. I should have got that.
Yeah, so everything's going really great. There's just this one woman on my team that's driving me a little crazy.
What's her deal?
She's just a micromanager. So every time I'm making a deck, she's there saying, oh, I wouldn't have made it that way.
I should have got that.
Have you tried at all to talk to her about your issues?
Dylan, look over there. I'm joking. I'm joking. Give me that.
What?
Give me that.
My food?
I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah.
I'm joking. If you haven't watched I Think You Should Leave, you should watch I Think You Should Leave. I Think You Should Leave is like... If you like absurdist comedy, like absurdist sketch comedy, it's so funny. I get that it's not everybody's thing, but it's definitely my thing. I have a few of the little clip, like, there's probably like 3 emotes that we have now that are from that show, including the one that I made, Stinky.
Stinky!
I didn't do fucking shit!
Some of the quotes from this show have just entered my vocabulary. I'm joking. I'm joking! Give me that. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? I didn't do fucking shit. Oh man, there's a sketch from that show I've played before, the Darmine Doggy Door. You thought you were gonna get eaten, and your first response was you were glad you didn't have to go to work tomorrow? What have they done to us? What's in this cup? Some coffee. I'll tilt it enough so that you can see it, but not tilted enough so that I pour it out. I got about as close as I could. Also, I have half of my burrito from earlier here, so I might be munching on that later. And I got a little bit of water. I'm good. I'm good to go. We're ready to party.
When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I
Stroke it to the west.
I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking.
What did I walk into? This is a therapist's office. This is nothing funny going on here. I didn't do shit. I didn't do fucking shit. Alright, I'm gonna save that in a tab for later just in case. Just in case. I'll leave that open in a tab just in case I need it later. I have a feeling it'll come back up later, and I'll be glad that I left that tab open. I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Give me that. That clip is so funny. Like, I don't want to watch the full clip, but like, he eats his whole burger. He just eats his... He eats his whole burger. He's like, I need to get you on recording. Say that I want to kill the President of the United States. I need to... And then I won't release the tape. Eating is fun. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I may have to come back to it. Feeling better than I did when I first entered. Oh, we're about to get to your question, so we're gonna revisit. It's the power of positive thinking.
When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west. I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking.
I feel Casey would love this song. I remember that song from ancient internet memes. There was a website that I used to go to, and I don't think it's still a website, but it was YTMND. And it was, yeah, that one was on there quite a bit. It would just be like an audio clip with like an image or a GIF or something. It was just memes. Memes before memes. E-Bombs World. E-Bombs World, Newgrounds, YTMND. Those were the days. I miss the days of Flash games. That was the fun time of the internet. Good old days. But here I am sounding old. Back in my day, if you wanted to play a game on the internet, you had to go to the website and you had to wait. To wait for it to load. And sometimes it would take hours. Goody cheeks. Thank you for gifting that sub to Girl 1. What am I eating? It's I got a California burrito from the taco shop. It's got carne asada and potatoes and some other stuff on there. Pretty good. It's pretty good. I ate like half of it. Probably eat the other half as we stream it. If anybody else subscribes in the next few seconds, we might just get on a hype train. Just saying. Just saying. I feel like the window for a hype train is closing. It could happen, though. It worked! It worked. It worked. We're hyping.
When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking.
Sadie, thank you for the gift and that sub.
And I stroke it to the west. I stroke it to the woman that I love the best.
If you like this content, if you like free and accessible mental health care, consider stroking that subscribe button.
What time of the day do you like?
Mander Bo Bander with the gifted sub to Bo Kumas.
Have you ever made love just before breakfast? Have you ever made love while you watch the Late Late Show? Well, let me ask you this.
Realities are with the gifted sub to Baby Dame. Let's go.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever made love on the back seat of a car? I remember one time I made love on the back seat of a car, and the police came and shined his light on me, and I said, I'm stroking. That's what I'm doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Let me ask you something.
This era of music videos
How long has it been
is iconic.
since you made love? Huh?
There's another song I'm gonna play after this one that fits into this same like window of time.
Did you make love last week?
This is a okay. I need to remember this is a good
Did you make
karaoke
love
song.
Last year? Or maybe it might be that you're planning on making love tonight. But just remember, when you start making love, you make it hard, long, soft, short, and be stroking. I be stroking. I stroke it
Who is this creepy claymation guy? Who is this Gooner Gumby?
I love the best. I be smoking.
I'm like, who is this Gooner? Who is this Gooner Gumby they've got?
Stop until I know she's sassified. And I can always tell when she gets sassified. Because when she gets
The song has a minute and 40 more seconds, and I don't want to run out the whole hype train. I need something a little bit more hype. From the same time period, same type of vibe in the video. We got 2 minutes left on that hype train, so go ahead and stomp on that subscribe button. Next time you're in a position where you're maybe you're at a party or something, somebody hands you the aux cord. Real talk, my dad played drums on this track. Is that your dad back there? Was that your dad? Is that your dad? Ten seconds left. You got 10 seconds left on that hype train. That's it. No more dinosaur walking. No more stroking. We're done. We're done. We're gonna get to business. What is this hype train emote we unlocked? You see this? What is this? Missed stroking? Oh, you did. You did. You just missed it. We're gonna save this for later though. We might come back to that. Play it again. When the time is right. When the time is right. We'll know when that time is. Sorry, not sorry. I think that still counts. I think that still counts. We're counting it. You may have Walk the Dinosaur stuck in your head for the rest of the day. That is something that I am not apologetic for. The next time you open a door, you might find yourself thinking, get on the floor, walk the dinosaur. This is an interesting line of thought, getting a happy or upbeat or funny or, just entertaining song stuck in your head can help to drown out the negative self-talk. It's like, well, when I'm feeling depressed and I find my thoughts dwelling in a negative place, what I do is I open the door, I get on the floor, and then I walk the dinosaur. Simple as. Simple as. I got triggered yesterday because I went to the liquor store and some creepy man was obviously drunk and trying to hit on me. I feel like most liquor stores are pretty good at kicking out creepy drunk people who are just hanging around the liquor store. But maybe not all liquor stores. I don't know. But then he started saying the creepiest shit. That's the thing about alcohol. Alcohol constricts your blood vessels, and what it does is it limits the amount of blood that is flowing into your cerebellum. Your cerebellum is the part of your brain that gives you a sense of balance, a sense of coordination, but also a sense of inhibition. And so when you're drunk, that's why people who are drunk just will say some of the just most ridiculous shit. Because alcohol makes you unable to give a fuck. He said, "You don't look old enough. How old are you? You look really young." And I got so triggered. Eventually I said, "I'm a 31-year-old woman and I'm old enough to know not to take any shit, so don't fuck with me." That's good. That's a good one. And that's a great response. But I had wished I said, "Why the fuck are you asking me that? Are you a pedophile, you fucking creep?" I think what you said was perfectly fine. I think that there's just something that sometimes guys will do when they're being creepy as a way of, like, because you have to, like, think like a drunk person, and drunk people don't think in a logical way, and so you have to kind of think illogically to understand their rationale. And so for a drunk person to come up and say, like, "You don't look old enough to buy alcohol," it's like, from their perspective, they think that they're complimenting you. They think that, oh yeah, women like to be told that they look like they're young. Because from his understanding of women, all he knows about women is that they worry about getting old, I guess. Some people just really don't understand women. Anyways, I think that got to me last night and I had a hard time eating dinner. Yeah, you got a little bit of adrenaline, and sometimes it's hard to have an appetite or eat when you're jacked up on adrenaline. Because adrenaline puts you into that fighting mode. And when you're in that fighting mode, it's not like, oh yeah, time to eat, time to have a meal, time to... Like, eating and digesting food is meant to be more of a downtime activity, a relaxing activity. And adrenaline kind of makes it hard to do those things. I think I may have also had a nightmare, but I don't know. I've been having them lately. And this morning, I'm still seeing people defend Dr. Disrespect, and it has my adrenaline up so high. I've been commenting on YouTube videos, TikToks, etc., just calling weird people out, and I know I need to step away. Right? It's like, if you feel like you want to enter the arena, which is kind of what it's like when you get into social media comments, it's like entering the arena. You don't have to stay in the arena. You don't have to fight all day every day. It's like you can leave and go do other stuff. It's like, don't worry, there will be plenty of other people who are eager to take your place and to fight online on your behalf. What I prefer to do when it comes to internet arguments and stuff is, rather than feel like I need to weigh in or I need to contribute, I'll just like or upvote or whatever, retweet or whatever the fuck, people who say something that I agree with. I'm like, okay, yeah, they said it, so I don't have to say it. I'll just show that I agree with them. So many of the comments were, hello, FBI, we're going to need you to look at this person's tech. That's what I've been saying. I'm like, you got to remember, a lot of people who engage in, this type of creepy behavior, it's like, they're not sending their best, folks. It's like, they're not the brightest. And the people who spend time online, going out of their way to defend, groomers or pedophiles or, any type of bigot or whatever. It's like, it's a really big self-report, but I don't think that they're cognizant enough to recognize that. I'm sorry, but if I see you online... Actually, I'm not sorry. I take it back. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I take it back. If I see you defending this type of behavior online, I'm just going to assume that the reason why you're defending it is because you also do it or you want to do it. You fucking creep. I feel like the tide is turning. Because for so long, the creepy over-sexualization of teenagers was just the normal within society. If you go back and you watch a movie that was released not even that long ago. Well, I mean, it has been a long time now, because 2004 was 20 years ago. Oof. Oof, I feel that one in my bones. But just look back to, the 2000s and the 2010s. Things were... And it happened way before then? Exactly, but, that was the time and place in which I was probably the most... I started to be more cognizant of it, I guess. Because around that time is when I was, a teenager myself. The 90s movies were really awful with that. Yeah, a lot of movies from back then just have not aged well. Just racism, sexism, misogyny, rape culture, all that stuff. It's just oof. Oof. No good. no good. It's like, it's the same people who complain about wokeness. It's like, if you complain about wokeness, that just says to me that you are upset that you can't be openly racist anymore. It's like, damn it. Damn it, I can't be openly bigoted anymore. People are gonna get mad at me for being a racist now. Shit. Fucking woke agenda. You've given up on becoming a doctor and decided to follow your passions. It's really relieving finally making that decision. Good for you, you know? The thing about becoming a doctor is, like, if you really want to become a doctor, like, you don't have to do it when you're a teenager or, like, when you're, like, young in school. Like, you can always go back to school as an adult if you really want to. I feel there's a lot of pressure placed on young people to, like, make life-altering decisions. It's like, no, you actually do have some time. So yeah, chat, if you feel like you want to go online and call people out for being fucking weird, you can do it. But I would just say, just try to have a good balance. Try not to spend too much of your time in the arena. You know, you're channeling that anxious energy into fight mode, which is what people do. Anxiety has a great outlet in social media. I think what really needs to happen, though, is more men need to call out other men when their behavior is creepy. Like, instead of just beating around the bush and saying, like, oh, I don't know, I'm not cool with that, like, that's really not okay, just, like, no, say it for what it is. It's like, no, you're a fucking creep, you're a predator. It's disgusting. Imagine having all of that influence, all of that money, all of those connections, all of those opportunities. And then deciding, you know what? I want to message minors. Because this is what narcissists do. They get to a point where they're like, well, why shouldn't I be able to do that? I've been able to do everything else I wanted without consequence. Why shouldn't I also be able to do that? It's like Donald Trump and his fucking teenage beauty pageants. It's like, ugh. I don't understand how anybody could be a woman, know a woman, care about women at all, and still vote for a person like Donald Trump. Like, oh, you're voting for the guy who used to hold teenage beauty pageants and then walk into the dressing room so that he could see them naked? That's a really good look for you, that you're supporting that type of behavior. I mean, who else are you going to go for Biden? Yeah, Genocide Joe. Like, I'm not happy with Biden, but, like, if I did have to vote, I will be completely honest, I would rather vote for Biden than for Donald Trump, because I have trans people in my life that I care about. And I don't feel like I should, like, just absolutely reek of privilege, like, I'm not gonna vote. I'm not gonna vote. He doesn't give a fuck about trans rights. Yeah, well, look what Republicans do, and imagine what they would do if they were in power. I wouldn't vote for Biden because I support Biden. I would vote for Biden because I want to vote against Trump. What do Republicans do? They block gender affirming care. They block abortion rights and reproductive rights. Which they are currently doing freely right now. Okay, well then don't waste your time by voting third party. Go to your local office and take it over. Like, why are you here? Why aren't you protesting? Why aren't you revolting? Like, if you want a revolution, go revolt. I just feel like leftists getting mad at other leftists for, who they want to vote for, or telling them who not to vote for, it's like, it's a waste of your fucking time. Like, okay, yeah, we know who the real enemy is, but like, why are we still just fighting with each other? Like, maybe channel some of that energy into making some Molotov cocktails. Don't do that. Do it in Minecraft. Do it in... Craft them in The Last of Us. Don't do it in real life. It's illegal. Just make sure that you put some little bits of styrofoam in there so that it's sticky. That's the secret. Leftist infighting always happens, right? That's why the left has such a hard time winning. Is because the right at least knows not to infight. I'm just gonna vote for myself. I'm gonna write in myself, and then for my VP, I'm gonna write Dr. Roberta Bobby. It's gonna be Bragan Bobby 2024. Can't wait to oust me and take over. Yeah, I probably would have had it coming. Anyone who runs for office is a narcissistic sociopath. Well, some narcissistic sociopaths like to use their powers for good. Like, think about surgeons. It's like they gotta look at people like they're just a pile of meat. Just start cutting into them. Like, but they're using their narcissistic sociopathic tendencies for good. Rather than for evil. Like messaging underage people on Twitch. had a question yesterday about receiving personalized help, but my parents don't believe in it. The reason I don't want to have the conversation with them again is because it turned religious, which I expected, and we had an argument because I wanted actual help. They basically said that religion is the only help I need. I can't really find like any school teacher help since it's summer right now, and the only other place I'm around adults that aren't strangers is when my family goes to church. Okay. Now, here's the thing. There are sometimes counselors within a religious setting, and if it's just you and the counselor talking, like, you can let them know that, like, you want to approach things from a more materialistic perspective. You don't really want to get into the religious aspects of it. You might be able to get some decent support and counseling within a religious environment without it having to be too religious. Like, some religious counselors do a pretty good job at counseling people. So if that's an option, you know, and you'll know it better than I do. So if that's not an option, then there might be other choices. Depending on what country you're in, there are probably helplines or support lines, you know, like people you can call or you can talk to, like a volunteer. I think that would also be a great option. Let's look. Let's look it up. Mental Health Helplines International Directory. You know, and it breaks it into different categories even. Just within the United States, there's tons of different helplines. And then in the UK, tons of different helplines. I would just find one that you're able to get in contact with. You know, you can talk to somebody anonymously and just get some support. Is it as good as actually, like, going to therapy and sitting down with a therapist? No. But will it still help? Probably. Some help is often better than no help. So I would just look up what's available in your country and consider giving them a call and just letting them know what you're going through. This does raise up some interesting thoughts, though. It's like, why do people lean so heavily into, like, religion being the only help you need? It's like, do religious people not think that their God or their creator is acting through mental health professionals? Like, do they not think that mental health professionals are doing the work of their creator? Like, people who are out there, like, helping people who are depressed or anxious or suicidal or psychotic, they don't think that those people are doing the work of the Lord? You gotta get your God points. It's true. It's like a lot of people feel like they're keeping score. It's like, I don't know. I thought priests and the like gave counseling too. A lot of them do, and a lot of that counseling is actually pretty decent. It's like sometimes they might lay it on a little thick with the religious aspect of it, but you don't have to like fixate on that. You can talk about other stuff. You don't have to just make it entirely about, religion and stuff like that. Like, oh, you're feeling bad about yourself? You just need to pray more. Like, I think it'll be more than that. I think you'll be able to actually get something out of it, even if it's, you're talking to somebody in a religious context. Oftentimes when it comes to any type of counseling, whether it be with a therapist, whether it be with a person from church, it's like you get out of it whatever you're willing to put into it. Like, so even if it's not entirely what you feel like you need, it still might be some help. Ooh. Also, if you have any other questions about your mental health, feel free to ask me. I'm happy to help too. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not really fond of, like, organized religions. I feel like a lot of it preys on people's fear. A lot of people have a lot of fear and uncertainty about life, and people will use religion just as a way of answering questions that are otherwise unanswerable. Like, what happens after you die? Why are we here? What's the point? What's, all of that stuff. But you might still be able to find some knowledge and some support and some help even in that context. It's like, just because you're open to getting help from a person who's religious doesn't mean that you have to be religious. Like, you can still learn from somebody that you don't 100% agree with. Well, one of the ways that I view life is that I try to learn something from everybody that I meet. No matter what their education, no matter what their profession, no matter what their experience is or their walk of life, it's like I try to learn something from everybody I meet. So if you meet with a counselor who happens to be, in the employ of the church, it's like you could probably still learn some stuff from them. It doesn't mean that you have to become a full-on believer. It doesn't mean that you have to, like, start going to church every day. No. It's like you can still learn from them and find some help there. If anything, it might help you get through to the point where you're able to actually have some more agency in your life and you can actually go see whoever you want to see. It's not going to be a matter of like getting your parents' permission. It's going to be something that you can just go do because it's something that you want to do. So you're just trying to find something that can get you through until you get to that point. They say that women are from Venus, men are from Mars, and men go to Jupiter to get more stupider, and girls go to school to get more knowledge. Oh my god, you were so close. You were so close, but you messed it up. You messed it up. It's supposed to be girls go to college to get more knowledge, because it rhymes, just like Jupiter and stupider. Oh my god, you were this close. You were so close. So close. Maybe they went to Jupiter before writing this. Maybe they were from Mars. Maybe they were originally from Mars. I was talking with my boyfriend, and we ended up talking about when someone ends a relationship with you via WhatsApp. He told me that if they did that to him, he would not feel bad at all. He would simply erase that person from his life just like that. And I don't know, I think that if someone who you love leaves you, the normal thing is that you feel bad because you no longer have that person with you. Now, just because he said that doesn't mean that he doesn't actually feel that way. A lot of guys will put on this tough, macho perspective like, oh yeah, if somebody broke up with me, I wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't feel anything. I'd handle it just fine. That's what a lot of guys will say, if you ask them. But the reality of the situation is that they probably wouldn't. They would probably wait until they're alone in their bedroom to do their crying. In reality, he probably would feel some type of way. Or just maybe he's not quite able to acknowledge that. A lot of men will determine their own level of manliness by their ability to suppress their emotions and not feel things. It's like they equate manliness with not feeling. Which is kind of sad. It's kind of sad. I feel that if you are capable of feeling absolutely nothing about your breakup with them, you didn't love them, but now that I think about it, maybe I'm just immature. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you do have a pretty good understanding of how feelings should work. And I feel like he was just trying to sound tough. A lot of guys will do that. They just want to sound tough. But in reality, you know, as much as men like to try to paint women as being more emotional, it's actually the other way around. They've done studies, and they've found that young boys are actually more emotional than young girls, which is probably part of the reason why we train young boys from a young age to not feel their emotion, because we realize just how emotional they are. And then in the same breath, we paint women as being overly emotional because they actually allow themselves to feel their emotions. Also, conditioning for women starts from birth. They have to control themselves earlier than men or they are punished. Right? And then we'll also just excuse things that boys do and just say, oh, boys will be boys. Like, oh, he's pulling your hair? That just means he likes you. It's kind of fucked up that we teach young girls that when boys show physical aggression to them, we teach them that it actually means that they are interested in them. Isn't that kind of fucked up? Isn't that kind of fucked up? I don't think... Is that because he's not that kind of guy, I think? When he feels something, he says it, but when I ask him, he tells me that he had enough with feeling bad because of relationships. Here's the thing. Most people aren't entirely sure of what they think or what they feel. Most people are still trying to figure that out. Just because he's able to tell you how he feels in certain situations doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to accurately be able to tell you how he's going to respond in a future hypothetical situation. Just as a general way of behaving, most men that I've met and talked to have this way of, if you give them a hypothetical future situation and you were to ask them, how would you handle this hypothetical situation? They'll give you a sort of like tough guy, macho response. I was tortured in kindergarten by this boy who used to try to punch, kick, and throw me down the hall of our school, down the hill of our school. And if that happened, back in the turn of the century, people would be like, Billy used to bully the shit out of me in kindergarten, but, then we ended up getting married when we were 14, and now we have 8 children. He has a drinking problem. Conversations between straight men. I went out to eat with Casey yesterday, and there were 2 straight dudes just hanging out, drinking beers, and I was like, I could overhear some of their conversation, because one of this guy was just being very loud. It's like, the stuff he was talking about was just like... Like, they were just talking about golf and, like, putter choices for a while, and just like... This is terrible. This is terrible. Like, get me out of here. They're like, yeah, can you believe he chose the 7? Like, obviously he should have went with the 9, right? Like, what was he thinking? Like, I don't know, he didn't really chip with the 7. It's like, it's not really a wedge. I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? People actually like golf? Can you imagine liking golf? If you do like golf, tell me how. Tell me. Explain it to me. I need somebody to clear that up. I have family who likes golf. Most people just use golf as a way to get away from their family. They're like, well, I'm going golfing. I'll see you guys in 6 hours. I'm gonna go day drink with the boys. I feel like the real reason people like golf is just because it's a cover. It's a way to get away from your family and to just go day drink. So much land and water. Well, yeah, after the revolution, what we're going to do is we're going to turn all of the golf courses into plots of arable farming land. I always want to turn them back into forests. I feel like turning a golf course into a plot of land that you farm crops on isn't a bad idea, because a lot of golf courses have pretty good irrigation systems built into them already. I like to throw seed bombs on golf courses. Honestly, what we need somebody who will just go take a dump in all of the holes on a golf course. Just pack all of the golf holes with manure. Just go to a golf course and fill up all of the golf holes with cement. Don't actually do that. That would be illegal. Don't do it. It really sucks that I can't talk about crimes that I would like to do because crimes are illegal and I'm not allowed to talk about that on Twitch. That's too bad. That's too bad. I could talk about crimes that I would hypothetically do all day. Go on Kick. Oh my god, you're right. I can go. I think I am live on Kick right now, actually. I have a multi-stream thing set up, and I think one of the things I did was I set it up to stream on Kick. After I set it up to do that, though, like, I haven't gone back to the Kick website. I've never, like, looked at Kick chat. I've never done anything. So I've probably had some people click on my stream on Kick and be like, what the fuck is going on here? Who the fuck is this guy? But then I just never respond to them. So I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to check it one day, but also I kind of just don't give a shit. I could be blowing up on Kick right now for all I fucking know. Or not, yeah, like I could have 5,000 viewers on Kick right now and I would never fucking know. I would have no idea. Because I set up the account so that I could stream to it, and then I just never checked it again. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure at least one person has clicked through it at some point in time. Chess Piece Face, thank you for following. Chess Piece Face, there's somebody else here who you're gonna really get a kick out of. They go by the name Pure Chess Lover, and I think they're really gonna like you. Pure Chess Lover. I love that guy. I love that guy. He started off as a bit of a hater, but we are friends now. We're friends now. I love that. I love it. Do you remember I told him, I was like, we're gonna be friends one day, whether you like it or not. I'm not giving up on you. Because sometimes it's the people who are haters who they just need a friend. You know, like they just need somebody to be nice to them. Then I'll do that for you. I don't care. That's fine. Hi, Papa. I have neck and back pain for 8 years now. I was gonna make a joke. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. It's just that whenever I hear neck and back in that order, my brain fills in the blanks. I'm sorry, but I can't help it. And I know I just apologized, but I'll take it. I can't read the words neck and back in that order without my brain thinking of the rest of the lyric. My neck, my back, my neck and my back. I don't know the rest of the lyric. Mander Bobander's got it. Mander Bobander knows it. Coward. I don't feel like I'm doing this because I'm afraid to say it, because I've said it before. I just don't want to, I don't want the person who put this question in to feel like I'm just turning them into a joke. Laughing releases endorphins. I hope they laughed. I hope so too. Like, I know that sometimes I like to make jokes and be funny, but I feel like, you know, mental health and healing and recovery, it's like there should be some humor involved. I feel like that really helps to get the healing process going. You know, if you can learn how to laugh at yourself, you'll never run out of things to laugh at. Also, Viktor Frankl came up with a concept about laughing at your fear. It was recommended to me in one of these YouTube videos, but I can't find it now. Like paradoxical ideation. And I've adapted that technique, and I'd say, you know what, in situations where you would otherwise feel angry, try laughing at the absurdity of the situation. My psych says I'm his funniest patient. He likes my politics. That's a nice compliment. That's a nice compliment. Ooh. All right. Let's start over. Take it from the top. Hi, Papa. I've had neck and back pain for 8 years now. I just found out that I have a compression fracture in my C6 from my x-rays. I have an MRI and ortho scheduled. I'm 28, I worked at a desk job, so no trauma or accidents. What upsets me the most is that I have already gotten x-rays and an MRI 6 years ago, and the doctor said that there was nothing. I went to another doctor about 3 years ago to get a second opinion, and they didn't find anything with the x-rays. So now to be told by a third new doctor that I actually am not crazy and have had compression fractures just makes me feel so lost. Well, at least now you know. You know, I feel like you might feel lost, but it's like, no, you've kind of found out. It's like, you're not lost anymore, actually. Like, now you do know. So as frustrating as that is, it's like that I would find some relief in that. It's like, well, you know, now I'm valid in that. I feel vindicated. I've been trying to do stretches and yoga on my own before I found out about the fracture, and now I don't want to do anything because I'm afraid of hurting myself further, since I have no clue still about how and when the fracture happened, or will know once I get the MRI. I know I should be feeling thankful that I finally found this fracture, however, part of me is also just lost in thinking, why is it happening like this? Why did I go through 8 years of pain to just be told now that I'm right and validated? Did I do something wrong to cause my fracture? I'm basically rambling now. Thank you again, Papa and chat, for everything. You're welcome. I would talk to your doctor. You know, if you have other appointments coming up, I would just ask them. I would say, what level of physical activity, because they're going to want you to do some type of like stretching and some sort of like mild, like light exercise, because that's actually going to be a part of what helps you to not only heal, but to strengthen like the muscles in your neck so that you no longer are compressed. It's like if you have to do some physio work to actually help hold your spine up better. So I would just talk to your doctor about it, because like realistically, unless you're doing something like pretty intense or something very strainful, like you'll probably be okay. As long as you take it slow and just be mindful of what you're feeling. It's like if it starts to hurt, that's a good sign that you should probably slow it down. Maybe get a rec for physical therapy. I highly recommend physical therapy. Like, if you are the type of person who is like, yeah, I go to the chiropractor and I get an alignment every now and again, it's like, no, you don't need to be seeing a chiropractor. What you want to do is you want to go to a physical therapist, because they will actually show you what you need to do to train your muscles so that your muscles can hold up your skeleton better. It's not just about getting your bones back to where they should be, it's about training your muscles to hold those bones in the correct position. Just so you know. As long as you're not doing anything, too stressful or too extreme, I think that you should be okay. But again, you're going to want to double check all of that with your doctor. Because it probably wasn't, doing stretches and yoga that caused this injury in the first place. It was probably those years at a desk. I can't tell you just how many people have compression or a misalignment in their neck because of all of the years that they spend like this or like this, hunched over at a desk, hunched over at a computer. Like, just look what that does to your neck. Like, you don't want to be down here, you want to be up here. So you're still young, you're 28, you've got a lot of healing that you could do. So I think, you're gonna be just fine. Just listen to the doctors, just ask them questions, what type of exercises would they recommend that you do so that you can help to strengthen that part of your body so you don't have that pain anymore. The thing about chronic pain is that you can change your relationship with it. A lot of people try to avoid their chronic pain. They drown it in alcohol or pain pills or whatever. But in reality, one of the best ways to actually manage your chronic pain is to push through the pain, change your relationship with the pain. Pain is just a signal that your body sends to your brain. The way that your body interprets that signal determines how it feels. And so it doesn't always need to feel like pain. Some people actually learn how to love the feeling of pain, which kind of sounds like a superpower when you think about it. It's probably been done already. Some sort of masochistic superhero that gets stronger the more he gets beat up. I think it's great that you finally know what it is that's going on and what it is that you need to do. So, keep us posted. Let us know how it goes, just talk to your doctor and just get an idea of what type of exercises and stretches they would say would be safe for you to do. Because I feel like continuing to do stretches and yoga is still going to be something that you're going to want to continue, but you're definitely going to want to do it in a mindful way as to not hurt yourself. Period. I think I'm gonna eat another Tums. I'm doing a burrito and coffee and hot sauce. It's like, oh yeah, my stomach's just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? My brain's like, I just want to fuck my shit up. Just throw back another Tums, baby. After 5 years, I will see my husband's estranged narcissistic family this week at my husband's mom's funeral service. My condolences for your husband for the loss of his mom. I'm feeling okay. Not me, apparently. Not me, apparently. I need to get something unstuck from my throat. I'm feeling okay, but would love a positive internal mantra to have in my back pocket in case things get confrontational, to keep my cool in the moment instead of my usual freeze response. Thanks, what you do is awesome. Well, thank you. I think what you do is awesome too. I've got an idea of a positive internal mantra that you could use, and I'm going to keep it really simple. Because one of the things I find about mantras is that sometimes the more simple and direct that they are, the easier they are to use. The one that I'm thinking of is, I am here to pay my respects. Like, regardless of your feelings about the person who has passed, there's a certain connection that you have with them from human to human. Our mortality. And so you are here to show your respect for the one who has passed. And by reminding yourself that that is what you are here to do, it will help you to keep calm and cool and collected and to act in a respectful way. Not just respectful to the person who is deceased, not just respectful to their family, but also respectful to yourself. So that's what you're there to do. I think it's also helpful because it kind of just reminds you of what you're there for. Like, why am I here? Why am I at this funeral instead of doing anything else? Also, you're probably going to be saying this one at the funeral, but you're going to be saying it to other people. I'm sorry for your loss. Just keep it simple. That's all I can say. Just stay focused on your objective and keep it simple. Aren't confrontational or stressful funerals just the best? And farting? What, did that gross you out? Does this sicken you? Are you triggered? Wait, check out this one. I bet I can do a long one. Armpit farts are worse. Like this. But I haven't done this in a while. I kind of... There we go. I remember when I learned how to armpit fart, I was in like the 3rd grade. And one of my classmates was able to armpit fart, and so I was like, oh my god, I need to learn how to do that. And then I went home and I practiced. I went home and I practiced until I could finally get it. I used to be way better, but I haven't done it in years, so like I'm a little rusty, obviously. But I used to have a lot of control over my armpit farting. I could make it long and squeaky. I could make it loud and thunderous. You know, I had a little armpit symphony going on. Disgusting. Disgusting. I don't know. I feel like another motivator that could help you get through this funeral is just to remind yourself, I don't have to see these people again for a long time after this. You know, I haven't seen them in 5 years. So there's almost a certain sense of like curiosity about it. It's like, huh, I wonder how much has changed about them since the last time I saw them. Will they be the same? Will they be different? Well, she came in and took Penny's bed. She's Got Penny in the stream room with her, and came to get her bed. I have many problems that I'm trying to work on. Should I work on them one at a time, or should I try to work at multiple at once? One at a time. One at a time, and here's why. First off, it's going to prevent you from feeling overwhelmed. It's going to make it more manageable, and you're actually going to have more progress. You'll be more effective if you just really hammer down on one thing at a time. And here's the thing that I want you to know, is that sometimes working on what feels like one of your problems actually carries through to other problems as well. And so sometimes you might feel like I'm just working on one of my problems, but it actually does something to benefit or to change multiple problems. Because you might not be fully aware of the interconnectedness of things until you actually start to work on them. So yeah, if you have a lot of things that you're trying to work on, I would just pick one. Which one is your best priority? Which one do you want to get started on first? I'm not really sure that there's a right or wrong answer. Like, maybe if I had a list, maybe if you made a list of everything you wanted to work on, we might be able to figure out a certain priority. But I feel like just taking the time to actually work on your problems is noble. And so, you know, to work on something is better than working on nothing. Becoming a master of the universe? Okay, He-Man. All you gotta do is become a master of the universe inside of your head. You have an infinite universe inside your mind that is a mirror of the infinite universe outside of your body. Focus on the universe in here, rather than the universe out here. This is the one you can actually do something about. Bucket list. Effectively fist whistle. How does Whistle feel about that? I'm sorry. I'm joking. I'm joking. But yeah, just work on your problems one problem at a time, one step at a time. That will give you some meaningful progress in the right direction. And in time, you will get there. You got lunch? What'd you get for lunch? Describe taste. What are you eating? Show food. Sometimes what people have a problem with is deciding what problem to work on first. Or maybe they feel like they have too many problems to work on, so they just feel overwhelmed. You got a double cheeseburger, fries, and nuggets. You got the Casey-tron order? She also gets the double cheeseburger and nuggets. What the fuck? What the fuck? You're like the triple, but half the time they give you a damn double? Damn. I would be checking. I would still be at the window and I'd be like, there's 2 patties on this. Give me a 3rd patty. One time they messed up my order and I went inside and I was like, hey, I need this thing instead. And they were like, okay, give us the old food. And then they threw it in the trash. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I would have eaten that too. Just because it was wrong didn't mean I wasn't going to eat it. But yeah, anyway, if you want some help with prioritizing and figuring out which of your problems that you want to work on first, I'd be happy to help. But yeah, just in a general sense, it's best to just work on one thing at a time. Because here's the thing, after you work on one thing, the next thing that you try to work on is easier to work on. And then the next one is easier, and then the next one is easier. But if you try to work on everything all at once, it's like, no, if you want to solve a puzzle, you do it one piece at a time. You don't grab a handful of pieces and you're like, all right, where do each one of these pieces go? It's like, no, you do it step by step. I needed to hear that. It wasn't even my question. Mental health is very relatable because we all have a human brain. We're all running on the same hardware. We got the same operating system. What is your opinion of the diagnosis of treatment-resistant depression? Ah, okay. I'm gonna finish this question and then I'm going in. I'm going in, okay? This is a good question because I am going in. I'm taking the gloves off. It means the docs are tired of being creative. Yeah, precisely. It means the docs are at the end of their wits. They have run out of ideas, and so they say, well, I guess it's just untreatable. Remember yesterday when we were reading about the Rosenhan experiments and how the doctors and staff would label regular, normal behaviors as symptoms of a mental illness? People lining up outside of the cafeteria 30 minutes before lunch started doesn't mean that they were just hungry. It means that they have an oral acquisitory symptom of psychosis. It's like... Sometimes doctors have a hard time of thinking outside the box. They develop a very rigid way of seeing things based on how they have treated people for years. I'll admit this one is me. I'm exceptionally skeptical and I feel like people are being coddled and it's dangerous. Yeah. Especially when they're doctoring for profit. They don't want you to get better. And now you're cooking. Now, I'm not going to say that all doctors do that because that's just simply not true. But are there doctors out there who aren't really incentivized on you getting better because they want to continue making money? Yes, that does happen. But I don't want you to just mistrust all doctors because I feel like a lot of doctors do go into the field because they do want to help people. But also, we live in a capitalistic system, and in order to survive in capitalism, you need to have an income. You need to have consistent income. And if you cure too many of your patients, how are you going to eat food? How are you going to pay rent? I feel like one of the things that doctors forget is that there will always be more patients. Like, you don't need a patient to see you for 20, 30 years. Like, there will always be more patients. What is an APRN? Advanced Practice Nurse. It's a nurse practitioner. It's like advanced practice registered nurse. Like, basically somebody who can prescribe medications like a doctor, but without the doctor in front of their name. Pharmaceutical reps tell doctors some real nonsense and they believe it. And this is something that most people might not actually know, but pharmaceutical reps regularly show up to clinics and hospitals, and then they wine and dine the doctors to get them to try to prescribe their medications more often. I can't tell you how many lunches were catered, at least 1 or 2 a month, where they're like, oh yeah, we've got this new injectable medication for schizophrenia, and we also brought Chinese food. All right. Anyway, don't get me started on the state of the mental health care system in the United States. Actually, I'm about to do it anyway. I'm going in. You're bringing out the dog in me. The reps get paid so much too. Oh yeah, these reps were always like, you could tell these people were making money. Anyway, what's your opinion of the diagnosis treatment-resistant depression? That's just another way of a doctor saying, I don't know how to treat your depression. It must not be how I'm treating it, it must be the depression that's untreatable. It must not be my methods that aren't working. It must be you. This is a you problem, not a me problem. That's basically what they're saying. I feel like a lot of people have an ego, and they have this belief that's like, well, if I can't do something about it, nobody can. I'm not gonna send you to someone else. I'm not gonna, try something new, maybe a new form of treatment, a new experimental form of therapy that might work for you. Like, nah, I'm just gonna say that you're just beyond repair. Like a totaled car. It's like, you can always fix a totaled car, it's just that it takes a lot of time and effort and work to do it. But some people just like to write it off and say it's too much work, can't handle it. Please read the continuation of the thought. I will. I'm getting to it. Obviously, I have feelings about what we're talking about. In my opinion and experience, true clinical depression has never been treatable, just manageable at best. I've spent the better of 15 years working to find the meds that were right for my body, and that was just part of the process. I and my psych feel this TRD diagnosis is designed just to encourage people to churn new meds and keep up hope for a solution that doesn't exist, instead of just leveling with them that life may be just depressing, especially if they have comorbidities. Your opinion? My opinion is this. You can change your brain. You can rewire your brain. There's no reason why your brain should be depressed forever. Like, your brain isn't fundamentally broken in some way that's going to keep you depressed forever. Or maybe there is, and the rare chance that there may be. Like, maybe you have some type of abnormality. Maybe you have a tumor. Maybe you have something that's rubbing against a certain part of your brain and it's making it not work correctly. I believe in neuroplasticity. Your brain can rewire itself. Your brain can create a new way of thinking. Part of what makes recovery possible is believing that it is possible. But if you believe that something is impossible, it actually becomes pretty much impossible to do. My personal favorite technique in rewiring your brain out of depression is this. So if you are depressed, I want you to really listen in on this part. My personal favorite technique, my tried and tested technique, the one that I found most helpful for myself. Just imagine for a second. Imagine being a psychologist. Imagine being a therapist who is also depressed. Imagine being depressed, but also knowing all of the tricks that people normally use for treating depression and understanding that those won't work for you. So you have to come up with something different. Okay? Something that actually does work. And so I believe in my brain's ability to change, and I understand that it takes time and effort and focus to do that. And so I showed myself some grace. I'm like, I'm going to work on getting better. I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to continue working on getting better. I'm going to take time out of every day to work on getting better. And the way that I do that is through visualization. What would I be like if I was just a little bit happier? Not as happy as I want to be. Not as happy as I could be in a year or even a month. What is the happiest I could be today? What would I be like if I was just a little bit happier? What would I be thinking about? What would I be doing? What sort of things would I be like? How would I be acting? Like, what would I be like if I was just a little bit happier? Because if you want to become that person, that slightly happier version of yourself, you have to get to know them, and that's how you become them. And so then bit by bit, step by step, inch by inch, you become that happier version of yourself. It takes time for your brain to rewire itself. Give it the time it needs to do that, and keep working on rewiring it, and it'll happen. It might take a while, but it's worth the effort. It just helps you figure out what that next tiny step is. So I want you to try this right now. Okay? What would you be like? What would it feel like if you were just a little bit happier? Maybe 1% happier. Just enough to where you notice it. A just noticeable difference. I want to talk about something real quick before we continue with the questions. I want to talk to you about a concept in psychology known as just noticeable difference. Just noticeable difference. There is a level of change that you can recognize as change, but if that change is too small, you don't actually interpret it as change. And so this is part of the reason why people get better but maybe don't feel like they are getting better. And it's because your perception of it has shifted so gradually that it feels as if things have remained the same. Let me explain how you can quantify this using your body. Like, take your hand, and then if you touch two parts on your hand, I can feel that I am touching two parts on my hand. But eventually, you know, if I put my fingers close together, it feels like I'm just touching one part of my hand. But then as I slowly start to spread my fingers and I make some distance, I can tell that it's actually two distinct points. When things are too close together, too gradual, you have a hard time interpreting them as different things. Wasn't this the attributed cause of the so-called Prozac suicides in the 2000s? You know, I haven't really heard about those, but I feel like a lot of what that ties into is the danger of being in an uptick. The most dangerous part of recovery for a person is when they are on the uptick. I need to find a... This is the one I normally would use. We're just going to zoom in a bit. So, if you're depressed, follow this green line. Ignore all the other lines. Let's follow this green line. The most dangerous part of recovery from depression is not when you are at the bottom of the curve. It's not when you're actually at your most depressed that you're at the biggest risk of harming yourself. It's actually when you're right around here. Here, it's actually when you're right around here. Because you're actually feeling, you know, more energetic, you're starting to feel like your old self again, but you still have those thoughts from when you were really depressed, and now you actually have more energy to act on them. Just keep moving. Just keep moving in the right direction, and you'll get to where you're trying to go. I would also say that a really important part in dealing with treatment-resistant depression is recognizing the ways in which you might find depression familiar and comfortable. If it's just the way that you're used to being, it makes it harder to change. Better the devil you do know than the devil you don't. We've got some really interesting ways of actually treating depression these days, outside of just medication and talk therapy. They can hit you with a really big magnet. That transcranial magnetic stimulation. Do they have a picture? Yeah, here we go. They use a really powerful magnet that activates certain parts of your brain. This is basically what they would try to do with electroconvulsive therapy, but far less dangerous. They put a big magnet against your head and it stimulates parts of your brain to get them to be more active. There's also psychedelic-assisted therapy. Some people notice really profound results in as little as one session. Basically, you trip, you go on a psychedelic trip, but you do it with a professional trip guide. Psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy is a unique marriage of psychedelic drugs and psychotherapy administered in a professionally monitored environment to create rapid and long-lasting psychological and behavioral change in people suffering from persistent disorders such as PTSD, depression, anxiety, grief. Psychedelic-assisted therapy might actually be one of the largest breakthroughs in psychoactive care that we've had in the past 100 years. You've had neural MRIs and that was terrifying. You couldn't drag me to ECT. I wouldn't want people to do ECT in a world where transcranial magnetic stimulation exists. It's like, why would you zap your brain when you could just use magnets? It's way safer. I feel like electroconvulsive therapy is like the last resort. It's like if this person is so depressed that they're basically in a coma. Can't wait to see the outcomes. Let's see. Let's see. We might have some results here. This is Psychology Today, and this is a shit website. Let's go to the Johns Hopkins website. Johns Hopkins is one of the leading researchers in psychedelic-assisted therapies. And what they've found is that... Alright, where's the... Do they have the data? I kind of know the data off the top of my head, but it will be slightly inaccurate, perhaps. What I've heard is that for people with psychedelic-assisted therapies, you're looking at a success rate of over 60%. And we're talking immediate results. We're talking about one session with results that last for upwards of 6 months. When you compare it to something like antidepressants, which have a sub 60% effective rate. So already, just based on the research that they've done, it's already more effective for more people than just antidepressants on their own. Also, you don't have to take a pill every day. Also, it doesn't make your dick not work. Gotta go take my 420 meeting. Hell yeah, brother. Let's see if I can find the actual data. I want to find some data. Normally what they do is there are different psychedelics that they will use. They will use MDMA, they will use ketamine, they will use psilocybin. Where are the results? They found that people were 80% more likely to experience a positive outcome from psychedelic-assisted therapy when compared to the placebo treatment. A functional MRI study with psilocybin, so actually like looking at somebody's brain and seeing what's going on. The study highlighted the potential for psilocybin for illuminating memories, perhaps allowing people to return to them and examine them in a way they are not normally able to. This is what happens to your brain when you take psychedelics. When you normally... Your brain has a normal baseline level of functioning, and we refer to this as your default mode network. These are the superhighways in your brain, the stuff that you use every day, the neural pathways that you use day in, day out. Your default mode network. Now what happens when you take a psychedelic is the electrical activity in your brain is rerouted. And suddenly you're able to make many more new connections much more rapidly in areas that aren't normally connected. So this is oversimplifying, but maybe you're able to connect the part of your brain that feels bad about something you did a long time ago with the part of your brain that has the capacity to forgive yourself. You're able to look at things in a new way, you're able to adopt a new approach, you're able to think about yourself and your own life and your relationships in a different way. If there were a way to speedrun therapy, psychedelics are how you would do that. It's a substance that puts your brain into a state where you're able to make rapid changes. Now, there are some risks with that. You want to make sure that you're doing it in a safe setting and with somebody who can help to guide you through that experiment or experience. But the potential benefits are really good. I've spoken to a lot of people who tell me that, like, taking mushrooms has done things for their depression that nothing else has. Like, people have been taking mushrooms to treat their mental ailments for thousands of years. Like, people using psychedelic substances medicinally dates back thousands of years. Do you know why they stopped? I've told this story before, but I'm about to tell you again. Do you know what are the main reasons why they stopped? You can thank Catholicism for that. You can thank the Catholicism of the Spanish Inquisition. Because these types of substances, the ones that create these sort of radical effects, the ones that make you feel like you are in contact with a sort of divine energy, people saw that as a direct challenge to the authority of the church. Changing your mind is just about changing the connections within your mind. That's how it works. Your brain operates the way that it does because of the connections that exist within the white matter of your brain. Psychedelics allow you to rapidly change and form new connections within your brain, so you can adopt an entirely new way of thinking in a rather short period of time. Pretty cool, huh? There's a lot of fear and misunderstanding surrounding psychedelics, and to be fair, there are some risks. Like any form of treatment carries its own set of risks. Even simple, mundane surgical procedures still have risks. But the potential benefit is huge. Anybody have any experiences with this? Do we have any psychedelic heads? Do we have any psychonauts in the chat? Can anybody speak to the efficacy of psychedelics with your mental health? I'm not trying to say that psychedelics are some sort of magic cure-all, not at all. There is no sort of magic cure-all for a mental illness. But what it does is it allows you to really get some work done in a short span of time. Stuff that might take you months or even years to work through, you can work through in a day. Anyway, that's enough of man wearing tie-dye t-shirt talking about psychedelics. I heard someone say mushrooms is like 10 years of therapy. Is this an exaggeration? Maybe not. Although, if I'm being honest, I feel like 10 years of therapy is overkill. I feel like if somebody goes to therapy for 10 years, I'm like, what are they, what are you doing? What are you working on? What is taking you 10 years to work on? You know what I mean? I'm at that point, I'm like, the therapist is just taking money from you. 5 years tops, I'd say. The people who go to therapy for 10 years are the people who have, anxiety disorders, and they're like, well, I had to go to the store again this week, and let me tell you what happened. Or they're like, oh, I spoke to my sister on the phone, and we got into an argument, and then the therapist is just like, now tell me about that. And how did that make you feel? If you're going to therapy for 10 years, you're basically just paying for them to listen to you. I don't feel like you're actually working on much. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad if they go to therapy for a long time. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm sorry. I'm being mean. I feel like that apology was owed. Who was Diogenes? Who was Diogenes? Oh, Diogenes was the original party pooper. Diogenes, the original party pooper. He was the founder of the philosophy known as Cynicism. He is one of the founders of Cynicism. The thing about life and meaning is that if you, like, it's what you make it. But if you view the world and the universe as just this cold, uncaring, loveless place that's just miserable, it's like, yeah, you're gonna have a pretty bad time. That's why I'm just not really the biggest fan of philosophers who promote these types of just very doom and gloom. It's like, oh, but they're realistic. The world is a harsh place. It's like, yeah, no shit. But I don't need to dwell on it. For some people, we might need to revisit therapy at different points throughout our entire lives, and that's fine. I agree. Or I guess mostly what I was getting at is, like, if you go to, let's say you start therapy because you have anxiety, and then you're in therapy for 10 years and you're still working on your anxiety with your therapist, it's like, okay, what have you been, like, what are you doing? Like, what have you been working on? And this isn't about you. This mostly just speaks about me and my qualities as a therapist. It's like, I'm much more action-oriented. I'm like, let's get some shit done. Let's not process things forever. Like, let's actually do some stuff. I was the type of therapist who's like, I like to see results, you know? Because I feel like I would feel bad. I feel like I would feel bad as a therapist if I continued to take your money for 10 years and you still needed to come see me every week. I would feel bad. I would feel bad. I'd feel like, am I really helping you? Like, my goal as a therapist is to never have to see you in my office again. I want you so busy out there living your life and enjoying your life that you'd never have to come back. There are 4 reasons why the cynics are so named. First, because of the indifference of their way of life. For they make a cult of indifference and, like dogs, eat and make love in public, go barefoot, and sleep in tubs and at crossroads. The dog is a shameless animal and they make a cult of shamelessness. So, the cynicism is the philosophy of the 3 a.m. Walmart shopper. I'm showing up in my pajama bottoms, and my pajama bottoms are like shredded at the bottom because I wear them all day, every day, and they've got Cookie Monster. Like, this is, like, cynicism is like the Cookie Monster pajama bottoms philosophy. Diogenes believed that human beings lived hypocritically and would do well to study the dog. Wasn't Diogenes the guy who lived in a barrel by the river? And yep, that's the guy. That's the guy. He's been portrayed in pictures. He's like, oh yeah, I live outside in a giant turned over pot. And I just sit here and I'm just like dirty. You see what I'm getting at? I'm like, this is kind of like party pooper. This is like party pooper philosophy. Like, you know that meme where it's like the guy standing in the corner at the party and like everybody else is partying, but the guy in the corner is just like, nobody else knows what I know. You know that one? Ritter just seemed to like this guy. Yeah, and I feel like cynicism is just... It's like yeah, life is tough. Yeah, people are hypocrites, but doesn't that make you want to strive to do better rather than to just debase yourself and to just find the bottom of the barrel? Ooh, Gemaru. Thank you for the 14 months. Happy 14 months of watching me spiral, get better, and then spiral again. That's very Sisyphus of you. It's like you roll the boulder to the top of the hill, and then the boulder rolls back down, and you're like, well, I guess I'll roll that boulder back up the hill. I got nothing better to do. Like, what else am I gonna do? Sit at the bottom of the hill and cry? Diogenes was also noted for having mocked Alexander the Great both in public and to his face when he visited Corinth in 336 BC. That's actually kind of based. That's actually kind of base. This is basically Diogenes at the party. He's standing in the corner, looking at everyone else having fun, and he's just like, these fucking idiots. Don't they know? Don't they know that life sucks? Look at them having fun. Fucking idiots. Don't they know that life should be shitty? It's like, okay, bud. I always mixed up cynics with skeptics. It's all trash, to be honest. I'm like, my favorite type of philosophy are the ones that are more stoic. It's like, does life suck? Sometimes it does. Can you make a better life for yourself? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Should you try anyway? Probably. But yeah, if you want to know who Diogenes is, Diogenes is this guy. He stands in the corner of the party, just like, these people just don't know. You like Aristotle and Seneca? Aristotle's good. Seneca's good. Seneca was one of the Stoics. Seneca was a Stoic. All right, so one more thing here, but because now that we're talking about philosophy, I need to bring up this meme again. Now that we've talked about philosophy, I need to bring up this meme. Because when we start talking about, like, well, oh, how about this approach to philosophy? How about this approach to philosophy? Like, the truth about philosophy is that it is full of shit, and it's full of useless fringe cases. And any true philosopher will tell you, oh yeah, it is. It is, definitely. There's a thing that you'll notice within philosophy is that in the original phases of philosophy being developed as a way of thought, the quotes were a lot shorter. But if you look at a quote from a modern philosopher, it's going to be an entire paragraph. Because I feel like all of the short, concise, well summed up ideas, they're already taken. The only thing left for philosophers to do is nitpick. Stoics, i.e. people who had slaves and wanted their slaves to grin and bear abuse. Now, I'm a Stoic. Are you accusing me of that, too? Do you think that I'm that type of person? Because I classify myself as a Stoic. I'm all ears. I don't know how else to break it to you, but sometimes bad people have good ideas. Just because a person is morally questionable doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to learn from them, at least in some way. Anyway. I feel anxiety when reading, and it bothers me a lot. I used to love reading and used it to escape reality. However, now reading makes me anxious. It's opening the book, and my head fills with voices that repeat over and over again that I am not going to be able to read and ordering me to close the book. It takes me a long time to read, and I don't enjoy it because I always end up with a lot of headaches because of the stress. I've tried everything to silence them, since I have to study. What I do to make them leave me alone for a while is to play ambient sounds at full volume with headphones, which helps me, but I don't want this to be the only way to be able to read. I think it's a somewhat stupid problem, but I want to recover the feeling of enjoying a good book because since this happened to me, I've been very lost. And it doesn't just happen to me with books, but also with everything that involves knowing something. I have those voices telling me that I am not able to know. This sounds like intrusive thoughts to me. This sounds like intrusive thoughts to me, and sometimes what intrusive thoughts do is they tell you, this is how it's going to be. You're not going to have fun. You're going to be miserable. This is going to be hard for you. You're not going to be able to do it. This is going to be stressful. And when you're having these thoughts and these feelings, it can make it hard to distinguish your own thoughts from what is actually real. I find that what's helpful with dealing with intrusive thoughts is just, rather than trying to ignore them, rather than trying to just drown them out, just hold on a second. Let's just sit here and let's hear you out for a second. All right, intrusive thought. You say I'm not going to enjoy reading. Why? It's like, well, you're not going to enjoy reading because it's going to be stressful for you and you're going to be anxious and you're not going to be able to pay attention. Okay. Why? One of the best ways to deal with intrusive thoughts is to just approach them with more curiosity. Put them under more, under more scrutiny. And in spite of what your intrusive thoughts may tell you, you can start working against them. Telling yourself, I am going to enjoy this. This is a really good example of one of the ways in which our intrusive thoughts can prohibit us from doing the things that we want to do. A lot of people experience this type of problem with their thinking. And the only way to get these thoughts to go away is to take a closer look at them and realize just how nonsensical they are, so that you can start to break away from them. When it comes to dealing with intrusive thoughts, you gotta stand up to them and you gotta say, hold on, what are you doing here? Oftentimes we associate, what we're thinking with who we are. Our thoughts become our reality. Sometimes we feel like we are our thoughts. Thinking is just something your brain does. Your brain isn't your thoughts. It's more than your thoughts. I think what can also help to combat these types of thoughts is to use positive self-talk. Telling yourself, I'm going to enjoy this book. I'm looking forward to reading this book. Intrusive thoughts are a byproduct of anxiety, so anxiety is what you're actually working on. And when it comes to dealing with anxiety and anxious thoughts, the way that we manage those is to invite them in. Imagine your sense of self as a house. When anxiety wants to come in, it starts pounding at the door. And normally what we try to do when anxiety comes pounding at the door is we like to pretend that we're not home, and we wait for it to go away. But it's not going to go away. It's going to keep pounding. And it's going to try the door and see if it's unlocked. And then it's going to try a window. And then it's going to go around to the back door. And it's going to keep tapping on the windows and knocking on the door until you feel overwhelmed. What you want to do instead is when you have anxiety knocking at the door, you want to open the door. You want to say, come in. What can I do for you? How can I help you? And then your anxiety will say, well, I'm here for this reason. You say, okay. What for? Why? You know, you start asking it questions. Because when you start to ask your anxiety questions, that's when it loses its strength. You're able to start looking at it from a more logical and rational perspective. But if you're just sitting in your house waiting for anxiety to go away when it's pounding at the door, it's not going to go away. You got to let it in. Be a gracious host. And then send it on its way when you're done with it. How do I redirect my anxiety? Oh, good question. Good question. There are different ways that you could redirect your anxiety. So let's talk about them. Let's talk about some different techniques that you can do to redirect your anxiety. When it comes to redirecting your anxiety, I want you to view it as giving your anxiety a job. Anxiety is a force within us that motivates us to do stuff, to prepare ourselves, to get ready for either a fight or a dangerous situation. It prepares us for trouble ahead. And if you allow anxiety to just exist in your thinking, it can become really overwhelming. And so what you want to do is you want to give your anxiety a job. Anxiety is produced in a very primitive part of your brain. You know, if you were to look at other mammals, creatures with less complicated brains than us, we have similar features and functions within our brain. Our brain is kind of layered in such a way that we have these very primitive, primal parts of our brain that are located in like the bottom and center of our brain, whereas the upper and outwards part of our brains are the parts of our brains that are the most advanced and can do the cool stuff that our brains can do. You know, like logical thinking and planning ahead and, you know, all that cool stuff. So, since anxiety lives in a primitive part of your brain, it's actually pretty easy to override that part of your brain. It's a very grug part of your brain. And you can fool it. You can fool it. Have your anxiety watch your breath. Tell that part of your mind to watch your breathing. Your brain looks to your lungs to determine how to feel. And if you're breathing like an anxious person, rapid, shallow breaths, hyperventilating, your brain's gonna say, oh yeah, I'm in danger. I need to feel anxious. I'm in danger. But if you're breathing like a relaxed person, your brain assumes that you are relaxed, and your heart rate will slow down. The other physiological expressions of anxiety will reduce. Because anxiety doesn't just live in your brain, it lives in your body as well. It lives in the tightening of muscles, it lives in the production of activity within parts of your body that help you to navigate dangerous situations. Your heart, your gut, your muscles. So the easiest and simplest way, and it might not feel like it works at first, that's the thing. When you tell a person, just breathe like a relaxed person and it'll help your anxiety, in the initial phases, it might not feel like it's working all that much. It's one of those things that might take a little bit of time and practice to really start noticing the effect. But the more you practice it, the better it works. I find that the best thing to do with your anxiety is to give it a job. So channel it into something productive. Reroute that anxiety into cleaning your room or doing your dishes or taking out the trash. Channel it into something actually productive rather than dwelling on the thoughts that could be or, what may happen. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. Another way that you can help to redirect your anxiety is by grounding yourself in your body. By taking yourself out of your head and putting yourself into your senses. What do you feel right now physically? What does the air feel like against your skin? What do the clothes feel like against your body? What sort of things do you feel? What sort of things do you see? What can you hear? What can you smell? Just looking outwards and saying, is there anything about my environment that is contributing to my anxiety? Is there loud, aggressive music playing? Are there, foul odors in the air? Are there people screaming? All of those things will contribute to your feelings of anxiety. So sometimes when it comes down to, how do I reduce my anxiety, it's not just about how you handle it within you, it's how you handle it outside of you as well. It's like, what about your environment is contributing to your anxiety? Like, is the place that you're in very disorderly and messy? That will also make you feel anxious. It's important to remember that anxiety is a tool. It's there to help motivate you to do the stuff that you need to do in order to survive. And if you don't give it a job, it's going to worry about stuff that it doesn't really need to worry about. So try to redirect it into something productive. That's what I have to say about that. Well, you could also redirect your energy
When I start
and
making
your anxiety
love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what
this
I be
way.
doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west. I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Let me ask you
Like, if you're having a lot of anxiety, just create an environment in which anxiety has a hard time existing. Think about a fire. The fire needs certain elements in order to exist. It needs combustible material, it needs heat, and it needs oxygen. If you take away one of those things, the fire goes out.
Well, let me ask you this.
So what about your environment is contributing to your anxiety? Are you hungry? Are you angry? Are you lonely? Are you tired?
Seat of a car. I remember one time I made love on the back seat of a car, and the police came and shined his light on me, and I said, I'm stroking. That's what I'm doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Let me ask you something. How long has it been since you made love? Huh? Did you make love yesterday? Did you make love last week? Did you make love last year?
Talked to my husband today.
Or maybe it might be that you're planning on making love tonight. But just
How'd that go?
when you start making love, you make it hard, long, soft, short, and be stroking.
How's he enjoying jail? Is he having fun? I hope he's having a good time. It was weird. Yeah, I would assume so. Jail, wow, I've missed a lot. You're right, we've had a lot of developments in the past week. Things have really started changing. Just a casual conversation. Huh. Interesting. He did show like, wait, I'm in an ARAM. What is ARAM? All random, all mid. Game mode in League of Legends. He showed you some sympathy, understanding, and accountability. It's pretty common that abusers do that once they actually start getting in trouble for what they've done. Like, because he wants to avoid future consequences. He wants to get back in your good graces. He wants to start abusing you again. Like, there was a time and a place for sympathy, understanding, and accountability, and it was 10 years ago. The only reason why he's showing those things now is because he's afraid of the consequences of his actions. Like, where was that sympathy and understanding and accountability when he was hitting you? Like, where was it then? But no, now that he's locked up, he's got it? Okay, sure. Sure. He cried sometimes, I guess. Pathetic. I just can't stop hitting you. I can't stop beating my wife. Boo-hoo. I can't stop it. Come on. Pathetic. Creeps cry to get sympathy. Exactly. Like when you catch somebody in the act of doing some really fucked up heinous shit, the first thing they do is put on the waterworks. They want you to feel bad for them. This is hard for you. If he deserved your love, he would act in ways that earn your love. But beating you consistently over a span of years, sexually assaulting you, that's not love. That is the farthest thing from love. He's got this sick and twisted view of how a person in a relationship should be treated, and he's not going to get better without significant mental help. So he should do that, but he should also do it on his own.
I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Now when I start making love to my woman, I don't stop until I know she's satisfied. And I can always tell when she gets satisfied. Because when she gets satisfied, she starts calling my name. She said, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter. Ooh, shit, Clarence Carter. The other night, I was stroking my woman. And it got so good to her. You know what she told me? Let me tell you what she told me. She said, stroke it, Clarence Carter, but don't stroke so fast. If my stuff ain't tight enough, you can stick it up my... Oh, I be stroking. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east.
Leaving soon for your mammogram. Wish you luck.
West. I stroke it to the woman that
But good luck to you.
I be stroking. I be stroking.
I can't say I'm jealous. I've heard that mammograms kind of suck. They gotta like squish your boob.
I be stroking. I stroke it to the north, I stroke it to the south, I stroke it everywhere. I even stroke it with my. I be stroking. I be stroking.
Well, I'm caught up on the questions for the time being. So I'm gonna go get some coffee. See if we get some more questions popping in. Coffee break. Hang out with these, hang out with the manatees. be right back. Scout. Come on. Scout, come on. Scouty, come on. Okay. Okay. Thanks for hanging out with these marvelous creatures. Just look at these goofy guys. Look at these goofy guys. The next time I'm meditating, I'm just gonna pretend I'm a manatee. Just chilling. Just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just floating around, eating kelp. Just unbothered. Do manatees eat kelp? I'm assuming they do. Seagrass. Okay. Seagrass. I see grass and I eat it. What's in cup? Describe liquid. It's coffee. I got more coffee. I also grabbed this cup that had the rest of Casey's Diet Pepsi in it from when we got Mexican food. We've reached the point in the stream where I take an edible and we see what happens. Also, speaking of, I need to go get more edibles soon. I've only got... After this one, I only got one left. We're gonna take the edible and see what happens. We're just chilling. We're just chilling. We surpassed 2,600 questions in the question box. Well, yeah, we hit that milestone today. Other than that, we're just kind of chilling. I've been giving some thought into what I want to do for future presentations. I haven't done a presentation in a while. And I kind of want to... I've been trying to think outside the box. I've been thinking about doing more presentations that tie into internet culture and some of the habits and trends that exist on the internet, and taking a look at those from a psychological perspective. Is that with or without the porn set questions? You know, I actually went through a bunch of the questions and deleted the ones that were jokes. Or the ones that were just requests to show feet. So even with that, you know, we're still over 2,600 questions. It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I guess I'll ask you a question. How about that? You normally ask me questions. How about I ask you some questions? What are you working on right now? Is there anything in your life that you're working on? Anything about yourself that you're trying to change? Anything about you that you're working on? If so, what is it? And how's it going for you? As in mentally? Yeah, pretty much. Like, kind of. But the thing is like, a lot of what we do ties back to how we feel mentally. Like, it just really baffles me that there are people out there that don't believe in mental health. I'm just like, how? Like, how? I don't understand. It doesn't, like, it literally determines your level of functioning, your ability to do things, your motivation, your energy level. Like, all of that is tied into your mental wellness. It's in God's hands. I'm just gonna leave it up to God. I'm gonna leave it up to Jesus. I started doing art again, which I think is good for you. I agree. I would say that yes. It's been a while since I've done some art. I think I'm looking forward to doing some art too. Working on improving your health. That's good. When you work on your health physically, you are also working on your health mentally. The two are very closely related. Like, when you work on your physical health, you are reminding yourself that you are someone who is worth working on, and you are worth the effort and worth taking care of, and that also ties into your mental wellness. Like, do you believe that you are somebody who deserves to be taken care of? You're working on self-love and organization. Self-love is improving, but organization is on and off. I feel like you have the potential to be one of the mentally healthiest people I've ever met. You're remaking your first freehand embroidery. It includes a split stitch on a single strand of metallic thread, so there's a lot of focused work, which is a great distraction on long days. That sounds fancy. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for people who sew or knit. It's like, I don't know if it's for me. I think my hands are too big for all that fine needlework. But like, sometimes I see what people can make with either like crocheting or knitting or sewing. I'm just like, I'm impressed. I appreciate the artistry. I'm like, I could never. The nails make it a challenge. Well, it's like the nails are making it a challenge. They're also making it hard for you to hit your cues in ARAM. It's like, it's the price you pay for fashion. It's the price you pay for fashion. what else? What else? I heard from a few of you. The question is still out there. What are you working on? If you feel like, you know what, I don't know the answer to that question. What am I working on? I'm not really doing anything. I'm just watching Netflix and chilling. I just go to work and then I come home and I eat dinner and I watch TV and I go to bed and then I repeat it every day. If you feel like you're not working on something right now, my question for you is, what would you like to be working on? You know, working on yourself is an investment. So I want to hear it. I want to hear it. You ask me questions all day. I want to ask you some questions. Like, what am I working on even? Good question. Lately, I've literally just been working on the house. Honestly, it just feels so much better to just have a house that's like finished and put together instead of just being in progress. It's been a long road, but we're here. Chad, if we don't have any questions, I might take off early and go play video games, and we can't allow that. We can't allow that. We need to do stuff. Am I mad at you? Why would I be mad? I'm not. If I was mad, I'd be like, If I was mad, I would look like... I would look like, I'd look like the Hulk. I would turn green. I'd be like, it's time to smash stuff. I'm fucking pissed. Or I would look like this. Oh, now you've done it. Now I'm mad. What does a baby computer call his father? Data. Now you've done it. Now you've done it. I'm gonna I'm gonna go critical. I'm afraid I'm gonna melt down. It's just... it's too much. Guess I'm gonna explode. The brows are one of the most entertaining things here. Well, thank you. Here, let's do this. Hey, thank you for that gifted sub. Oh, yeah. Now my forehead's getting tired. I can't keep this up forever. My forehead's getting tired. Ding. Ding. I'll have lots to talk about tomorrow, but I have nothing tonight. That's fine. I don't feel safe and accepted to be myself. I'm supposed to deep dive into this concept for my therapy homework, but I have no idea why I can't accept being myself. Would this probably be something more for my therapist to answer or delve deeper in, or am I missing something in my own brain? This is an interesting question. And I think that the answer might be simpler than you realize. Sometimes when it comes to these types of questions that we ask ourselves, it's like there's an answer that might seem obvious to us, but we feel like, no, that couldn't be it. It's too obvious. It's too simple. It has to be more complicated than that. But not necessarily. The simple answer would be maybe you're afraid that you're not good enough. And I'm not saying that you aren't, because I feel like you are. But maybe you're afraid that you aren't. This is not something for your therapist to really figure out on your behalf. The point of therapy is for you to figure this out on your own. What is it about you that makes you feel that way? The only thing that we can do is speculate, guess. So what I would do is I would just ask myself that question. Why do I not feel safe to be myself? And then just see where your brain goes. Just see where your mind takes you. It might offer you some suggestions. It might offer you some possible answers. Now, there's probably not one clear-cut answer to this question. This question might have many different answers. There might be many different things going on inside you that all contribute to this feeling that you're having. And so it's not about finding out every single thing about you that is contributing to it. It's just about getting a better general idea of why is it that I feel this way. Another thing that might be helpful, try the best friend technique. Let's say that your best friend felt the exact same way as you feel. What are some reasons why they might feel that way? Try to view yourself as if you are your own best friend. Sometimes when we ask ourselves these questions and our mind gives us the answers, but we find ways of feeling like these aren't really the answers, that couldn't be it. That's too simple, that's too obvious, that's something that I shouldn't be bothered by. It's normal to feel confused and conflicted when it comes to this level of self-analysis. But this is why you do that level of self-analysis. This is why you reflect on who you are. So that you can figure it out and clear up that confusion. That confusion is natural. I don't think there's anything missing in your brain. I think something might just be misplaced and you're trying to find it. So look for it. I feel like a lot of people have a hard time with being themselves. And a lot of the time, the reason why we do that is because we worry that we're not good enough. Maybe we compare ourselves to others and we say, oh, well, I'm so many years old and other people who are that age are doing this thing and they've done this and they've accomplished this and they owned that and they're, you know. So as you can tell, it's going to be a multifaceted answer. The answer to this question isn't a multiple choice. It's a long essay question. One way that might help you to figure this out is to try writing it out. Try writing out the words, I don't feel safe and accepted to be myself because, and then just see what comes to you. Once you start letting it out and processing it and identifying it, it might start to flow easier. There's nothing wrong with feeling this way. This is a natural way to feel. And what you're trying to do is work on changing it. And so if you want to change it, what helps to do that is to really understand, how am I feeling? You really got to understand, what is it that I'm trying to work on so that you can work on it properly. Like if you take your car into the mechanic needs to know what's actually wrong with the car so that they can fix the car. But if you take your car to the mechanic and you're like, I think it's this problem, and then they fix that thing, and then the car still has issues. You got to understand what's actually going on. And that's why your therapist gave you this homework. Here's another thing to consider. If you can't come up with a valid reason for why you can't accept yourself, if you can't come up with any valid reasons why you shouldn't accept yourself, why not accept yourself? People who are lame and loser shouldn't accept themselves. They should change themselves instead. The only way that you can change yourself is by accepting who you are right now, so that you can figure out where you're trying to go. But I get it. My camera's all... But I get it. You're trying to be edgy, and you're trying to be cool, and that's fine. But it also kind of reeks of insecurity, too. I hate to break it to you, as much as you may like to label other people as lame or as losers, we're all sitting here on a website that was designed to watch other people play video games. Just saying. Just saying. Any ideas on how to deal with the underlying dread that you aren't achieving your true potential? Ah, okay. Let's talk about potential. Let's talk about potential. The thing about potential is that you can't really recognize what it is or how far you can go until you get there. Everything up until that point is merely speculation. That underlying dread, it could be a force that helps you to stay motivated and to push yourself further, so that you can achieve more of your potential, whatever that may be. Or this dread can be a force that inhibits you from achieving your potential. And so it's not about not having that feeling. It's about how do I manage that feeling, and how do I convert that feeling into something that can help me rather than having it be something that hurts me. My coworker just gave me a bracelet made of rock beads that came from the river she visited, and it was made by natives, and she let me choose 2 tumbled rocks that she picked from the river, and her friend literally tumbled them. I want you to go back in time. I want you to go back in time. Cutie Cheeks, I want you to go back in time, and I want you to call up Cutie Cheeks from yesterday, who was feeling bummed out because he didn't get invited to a baby shower, and I want you to say, hey, I got some really cool rocks. As it turns out, people do like me. I was wrong. It was just my self-doubt talking again. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. I'll see you soon. Bye. Fuck baby showers, right? Like I was like, they did you a favor. They did you a favor. You could do literally anything else that day. You can go to a baby shower. Baby shower is quite possibly the most boring type of party to exist. Can anybody think of a more boring type of party? There might be. I might be wrong. But it's up there on the top for sure. Like type of party, you're just like, oh no, I don't want to go to that. Like a gender reveal party is probably up there somewhere. Like what else is a gender reveal party but like a pre-baby shower? I might have to ask an AI this question. I might have to ask the AI this question. Anyway. Ideas on how to deal with that underlying dread that you aren't achieving your true potential. Don't worry about your potential for your entire life. Worry about your potential today. What do you have the potential to do today? What do you have the potential to do this afternoon, this evening? You get to this point that you're trying to get to, this point of you feeling like I have fulfilled my potential. You get there one day at a time, one step at a time. I could do a load of laundry. Oh, I bet you're gonna do that laundry. Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet you're gonna do that laundry. Another way to deal with this underlying dread about achieving your potential, take the word should out of your vocab when it comes to talking about things that you want to do. Instead of saying, I should do this, tell yourself, I will do this, or I would be happier if I did this. Whenever you tell yourself that you should do something, you're applying a subtle judgment to yourself. Whenever you tell yourself that you should do something, what you're actually telling yourself is that what you are doing is wrong, and that what you should be doing is correct. And so you're actually subtly digging at yourself. So stop shoulding yourself. Don't should your pants. Mine are better organization and better upkeep on cleaning too. The secret is cleaning music. The secret is cleaning music. What do you play? Well, if you look at Spotify, they've got a feel-good cleaning mix. Some of these songs I have saved already, but it's just a lot of, like, upbeat. I also like to listen to audiobooks while I do stuff, like if I'm cleaning or working around the house, like I will also listen to a book while I'm doing it, because then it doesn't feel like I'm doing the thing, it feels like I'm listening to a book. So yeah, questioner, feeling this type of dread as far as your potential, it's like, that's a really common thing to feel. A lot of people go through this type of feeling, and it is something that you can work on. It is something that you can overcome. I need to, my color, like, I was messing with my, okay, that looks more like I normally look. I was fooling around with my filters and my color was off. Like, you are unwritten. You're undefined. And so sometimes you just gotta feel the rain on your skin. No one else can do it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. So put your faith in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. You love the dirty window analogy? Open up the dirty window. You could also clean the window. That also works. Maybe it's too hot or too cold to open the window. You could also clean the window. I once described projection as looking into a dirty mirror. That's a good analogy. The reason why people project things onto others is because we use other people as a mirror. We use other people as a way to figure out who we are. And a lot of times what we do is we project the things that we are critical about ourselves for, or the things that we're afraid of or insecure about. We project those things onto other people. Like, maybe we assume that other people don't like us, or that other people are judging us. It's like, no. The only person that's judging you right now is you. So carpe that DM. We're not doing this. We're not. We're not. Nice try. Which sorts of parties would be the least enjoyable to attend? For example, baby showers are kind of boring. Oh my god, this is why I love AI. Look at this answer. Look at this answer. Look at this answer. I wanted to figure out what type of party was the least enjoyable, and the AI was like, bro, I got you. Like baby shower. And then it lists reasons why. It's like, baby showers are boring because the conversation topics are primarily centered around parenting and babies, which might not be fun for everyone. It's focused on opening gifts and playing games that might not be interesting. Work networking events, formal galas and fundraisers, family reunions, silent auctions, theme parties with unfamiliar or unappealing themes, mandatory attendance events such as school or work functions, overly loud or crowded parties. I agree. It also provided me factors that can contribute to a less enjoyable party experience, and it also gave me tips for improving enjoyment at parties. AI is fucking cool. AI is pretty sweet. Here, let's do this. Let's ask the AI this question. Let's ask the AI for its ideas for how to deal with existential dread. Any ideas on how to deal with the underlying dread that you aren't achieving your true potential? Let's see what the AI has to say about it. All right. Now we're cooking. The AI can do the job of a therapist pretty well. Like, people probably aren't going to want to get therapy from a robot. They want to get therapy from somebody who's actually lived a human life. The relatability and that level of like connection and the therapeutic relationship is really important to the therapeutic process. But for a lot of the things of like coming up with lists of stuff or generating ideas, like AI is really good at that. So I feel like in the future, the best therapists are probably going to be the ones who also incorporate the use of artificial intelligence to supplement, which is what I do already. Like BetterHelp? Don't get me started on BetterHelp. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on BetterHelp. I think one of the... Maybe we'll do this tomorrow. Maybe we'll go online and we'll find some BetterHelp horror stories. We'll read through some BetterHelp horror stories tomorrow if I can find them. There's probably... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Reddit. Oh my god, it's a whole subreddit already. BetterHelp Horror. It already exists. BetterHelp Horror. It's already a subreddit. I know what we're doing tomorrow. Now, I ate an edible already, so I'm going to need one of my moderators to remember this. Cutie Cheeks, you seem like an organized person. You think you could remember this for me? I would have thought they would be the perfect sponsor for you, always sponsoring podcasts I listen to. BetterHelp can be helpful, but BetterHelp also has a pretty negative reputation because it's not really meant to be it wasn't designed by therapists. It was designed by tech bros. If that makes sense. Like, I feel like that explains it without me needing to elaborate on it that much. But the main problem with BetterHelp was that tech people invented it, not therapists. A lot of what makes therapy work is consistency, familiarity, predictability, engagement, and BetterHelp is bad at those things. There's literally a BetterHelp horror story subreddit. We're doing this tomorrow. The creepy secret behind online therapy. Oh my god, I have to pay? I'll figure out a way to get around that paywall. I kind of want to dive into this on my own tonight, too. Hey, I mean, if you're bored and you want to do that, that would be great. If you had some... Like, I'd like to go through... I kind of want to, like, go through that news article. Like, a lot of the problem with it is just, like, the motive of the people who designed it and funded it. Just a lot of horror stories of, like, people getting ghosted by their therapist disappearing from the app, not having their appointments. People, like, will get on a call with a therapist and the therapist will just be, like, inattentive or, like, otherwise just not engaged in the way that they should. It's just like there's a lot of problems with it. Now, I'm not against the idea of people being able to connect with and find a therapist no matter where they are. I am pro that. But I feel like there is a better way to do it than BetterHelp. Even the fact that they decided to name it BetterHelp, that just reeks of, like, ego, doesn't it? Like, doesn't it just kind of make it sound like, oh yeah, we know what we're doing. We're the better way to get therapy. It's like, a real therapist probably wouldn't have named it BetterHelp. That subreddit only has 19 members. Ooh. More than 0. It's pretty new, actually. Like, most of the people who have posted to it have only posted to it within the past, like, month or two. Well, there's also the talk therapy subreddit where people have shared their stories about BetterHelp, so I'm gonna probably have to source it from some different places. I try not to use Reddit now much since apparently it's run by Zionists. It's like, ugh. Yeah, that's too bad. Reddit hasn't been good for a while. Like, Reddit has just gotten worse year after year. It's just... everything is fucked, right? It's like... you can't enjoy anything anymore, can ya? It's like, oh yeah, you can't watch that movie. Didn't you know that somebody in the sound crew on that movie... somebody in the sound crew on that movie did something bad. You can't watch that movie. You're supporting what they did. Like, no, I'm of the belief that, like, watch what you want to watch, listen to what you want to listen to, eat what you want to eat, and just try your best to be a good person. Like, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Like, none of us can be entirely ethical. It's like, you can't really buy a piece of clothing or get food that doesn't involve some level of undue human suffering. Somewhere along the line, somebody is getting fucked over and exploited so that you can get a good price. And so what are your choices? Grow your own food, make your own clothes? If you can do that, and if you have the means to do that, go for it, by all means. There's a therapist thread about ethical horror stories. You know, maybe just dealing with therapy horror stories in general. I think that's a fun thing for us to do tomorrow. Does it sound fun? It sounds fun to me for some reason. Does that make me weird? Does that make me like, ooh, therapy horror stories, that sounds fun. I'm like, but is it fun? It's fun for me. Does that make me fucked up? I mean, I am kind of fucked up. But I'm not like that fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fucked up in a fun way. I'm not fucked up in a, you know, I'm not fucked up in a Dr. Disrespect way. I'm fucked up in a fun way. I mean, I feel like we're all a little fucked up, right? So the question is, are you going to be fucked up in a fun way, or are you going to be fucked up in a fucked up way? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Is that wrong of me to say? I don't think so. I think I'm right on that. I feel like everybody's fucked up in their own fucked up way. But it's about how fucked up are you, and in what way are you fucked up? Are you fucked up in a fun way? Are you fucked up in a fucked up way? It's also great for therapists to work from home to offer their services online. Right? Now, I do want to weigh in on that a little bit. I feel like there's just no replacement for being in the same room as somebody when you're having such a impactful and emotional conversation. I feel like breathing the same air, you know, being able to pick up on each other's body language, it just adds so much more to it. Like, don't get me wrong, like, doing it over a webcam can be helpful, but I just feel like it's always going to be missing something. That genuine level of, like, human connection. It's like you can get really deep, but you might not be able to get as deep as you could. The thing about therapy, though, is it's like, therapy isn't meant to be something that you do all the way up until you feel as good as you can feel. Like, the point of therapy is to learn what it is that you need to do out in the real world, like out in your life, and then do those things. Like, the real work of therapy happens in your life. It happens outside of the therapy office. And it is nice to, periodically maybe check back in with your therapist. Maybe it's been a few months, you graduated therapy, and you have you meet up with them again. And you have a session just to see how you've been doing. Never really been to therapy, but your sister's one? Cool. Isn't it nice to know a therapist? I say that as a therapist. That is me kind of like stroking my own ego a little bit. But isn't it nice? I'm a hot commodity. I'm a high-value friend. Like, wouldn't you want to have me as a friend? Like, wouldn't you want to have a friend who's also a trained therapist? Isn't that a perk? That's like having a friend who's a mechanic. It's like having a friend who's a lawyer or a doctor. It's like having a friend who can, help you fix your house or fix your car. It's like a high-value friend. Kinda, not when it's your sibling rivalry though, LOL. That's the thing about therapists, is sometimes we have a hard time fixing the problems in our life and the relationships in our life. It's very easy to tell other people what to do. To fix your family relationships. Not mine though, mine are different. Mine are unique. I have some questions that you could I have a question that you could ask her, if she is a therapist. I have a question that you could ask her that might really get her thinking. Like, how do you feel that this contentious rivalry has affected our relationship? You've made amends. That's good. That's good. To be perfectly honest, the reason why some people become therapists is so they can figure out how to fix their own problems. I'm being 100% serious. People are like, wow, my parents fucked me up. I need to figure out how to fix that. I'm gonna go learn how to fix it. It's always there, or maybe I need to let it go. In what ways is it there? Like, there could be some ways in which she is communicating it to you, but there could also be some ways in which you are interpreting that from her that might not be her intention. Like, maybe, like, one of the things that often happens in sibling rivalries is, like, one of the siblings is talking about their accomplishments. And then the other sibling is like, they just think they're so much better than me. They're just talking about this to make me feel bad and rub it in my face. It's like, no. They're just trying to share the things about them that they're proud of. If you choose to feel bad about that, that's kind of on you. I'm not saying you do that. I'm just saying that that's what I've seen. I've worked with people on improving relationships with their siblings before. I just want to add a friendly reminder. Don't take anything I say up here too personally, because I don't know you personally. Like we've never met, like I don't know you, I don't know your life. So if I ever say anything that may come across as like insulting, it's like I don't mean it that way. Like sometimes I speak from like my experience, or sometimes I just have to approach things from like a general way, just based on like clients that I've worked with in the past and stuff like that. And like I don't know, I don't ever want anybody to feel like I'm saying like negative things about them. I'm just telling you where I've been. I wanted to submit this earlier when we were talking about treatment-resistant depression, but work got in the way. Well, better late than never. I'm happy to have it now. You submitted this question at the perfect time, right when I needed it. I wrote in a couple months ago about an incident where I wanted to self-exit, and recently sent an update about how I pushed myself with cleaning my apartment, and it has helped me get on a roll with actually doing things to help my depression. See, there you go. Once you take that first little step, you start to build some momentum, and then it's easier to take the next step. Like, you gotta warm up and you gotta start walking before you start running. Sometimes you gotta crawl before you walk. Sometimes you gotta take itty bitty baby steps. Or if some dude takes something very personally, we can talk about it in here or in the Discord, so you don't need to think about it alone. Right? Like, if you ever have an issue with me that you want to talk about, tell me. Like, I want to know. Like, don't stew on that shit. Like, if you ever feel like... Because sometimes anxiety will be like that. Like, I could be up here just talking about, like, a generic example of something, but sometimes anxiety will find a way of convincing you that he must have been talking about me. He must have been talking about me. And I don't know why he would do that, and now I feel bad. It's like, talk about it. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't keep it to yourself. Put that shit out there so that we can clear it up. Don't stew on it, alright? It does. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. I used to do group therapy, and that kind of stuff did happen. And sometimes I would have to, like, read people's body language to, like, see how they were responding to stuff, just to, like, make sure that they weren't, like, stewing on stuff silently to themselves. But I can't do that. Since I can't see your body, I can't read your body language. So you kind of have to tell me. But it's not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not going to get mad at you. I would be much happier to clear things up. Another common one is, oh, they always ignore me when a streamer just doesn't see their chat. It's like, I promise you, I try to get to every single question I get, whether it be in chat or in the box, and it's like, I don't want anybody to feel ignored. I go out of my way to try to make sure that nobody feels ignored. Also, chat is really good at, like, pointing out questions that I might have otherwise missed. Like, we don't let a lot of stuff slip past us. I've had people in here who are really good at, like, oh, hey, by the way, there's a question in chat. I gotta check that out. So if anybody ever feels ignored, it's not on purpose, it's just on accident. Not saying it's common in here. I've had it happen in here. I've had it happen sometimes where people will ask a question, but then literally, like, I will see the question, and I'm like trying to finish my thought. I'm trying to finish what I was talking about so that I can answer their question. And then maybe like a minute goes by, maybe 2 minutes. And they're like, I guess they just don't care about me. I guess they're just going to ignore me. It's like, hold on, like, let me finish my thought first. Like, it would be kind of rude to the person that I was talking to or talking about to just pause so that I could talk about you instead. You know what I mean? It doesn't happen often. I've probably seen it happen like 2 or 3 times in the entire time I've streamed, but it has happened. Where I was like, come on, man, hold on a second. Like, I was gonna get to your question. Just chill. Just chill. Give me a second. I'm getting there. And I think it's just a manifestation of a person's anxiety, and it's a manifestation of their insecurities. It's like, that 2 minutes that I don't answer their question feels like 30 minutes, and they feel ignored, and they feel insecure. Like, I get it. I understand it. I'm not mad at you for doing it. I'm just saying it does happen. So just chill. Just like, wait, I swear, I promise, I want to answer every single question I can. I'm addicted to answering questions. That's why I stream. I'm an addict. I'm addicted to feeling useful. I just can't help but answer questions. It gives me my fix. I'm an addict and you're all my drug dealers. Anyway, let me get back to this question. I got sidetracked. So they wrote in a couple months ago when you were feeling like you wanted to commit suicide, and you sent an update about how you pushed yourself and it helped you get on a roll with actually doing things to help your depression. And we love to see it. We love to see it. I saw my psych nurse practitioner Monday and felt like I needed to tell her about the whole thing. Well, that's when she brought up treatment-resistant depression. Interesting. I'm wondering how that conversation went. I'm wondering how that played out. I'm just trying to think if there's an instance in which I was working with somebody who I would be like, you know, you might have treatment-resistant depression. I just don't know if I would ever say that to somebody's face. Like, what's that gonna do with them actually being able to recover from their depression? Like, I wouldn't ever want to look at somebody in the eye and be like, have you ever considered that your depression can't be treated? She just straight up said it. You know what that means? You know what that means? Oh my god, Cork Charm. You know what that means? That means that she learned about it like a few hours ago, or she was talking to a colleague about it not that long ago, so it was fresh on her mind, and that's why she just brought it up. I guarantee it. She just heard that shit, and she's like, huh. I guarantee it. I guarantee it was just a recency bias. She just got done talking to one of her coworkers about that shit. Or she read an article about it 20 minutes ago. That's probably what happened. That's basically how it makes you feel, lol. Right? Like, I'm telling you, like, whether or not a person would meet the criteria for treatment-resistant depression, I'm like, technically, you don't have to tell anybody what you're diagnosing them with unless they ask you. So me telling you you have treatment-resistant depression, I have to be mindful of how that might actually impact your ability to be treated. Me telling a person that they have treatment-resistant depression may actually make it harder for them to treat their depression, because now they view their depression as Hard mode depression. Oh no, not me. I have depression plus. I'm on new game plus mode with my depression? It's not a real diagnosis. Not really. Not really. I don't think it's in the DSM. It might be like a quantifier. Because the thing about some of the diagnoses you have in the DSM is that there are a lot of quantifiers that you can add on or like tack on to a diagnosis. So it could be something like major depressive disorder, treatment resistant type, or something like that. It would basically be like a subtype. But you normally don't think of that whenever it comes to like, what is my diagnosis? Because this is like back end stuff. This is like technical stuff. I feel like my job as a mental health provider is to inspire hope within you, because that is going to be one of the biggest factors in whether or not you actually get better. If you don't have a sense of optimism and hope and your ability to actually heal, I'm doing fuck all to help you. Just imagine going to an office and you're getting treated for depression and your doctor's like, have you ever heard of super depression? Yeah, it's this way worse version of depression that exists and we actually don't know how to treat it yet. Atticus, do you want to go outside? I just let you outside. What's going on? This dog is whining to go out. I just let him out. Just hang on a little bit, buddy. We'll go get some outside time soon. Just be good for a few minutes, okay? I'm gonna go spend some yard time with the boy. I feel like a lot of practitioners, and I'm not saying like I'm using practitioners in a wide sense. I'm referring to like doctors, therapists, counselors, psych nurses. I'm using that generally as like people who work in mental health that have this like, you know, level of expertise. I feel like some of them aren't very mindful of what telling a person that they are diagnosed with actually does to their prognosis. Your diagnosis is what they think you have. Your prognosis, if you're unfamiliar with that term, your prognosis is what is your outcome? What does it look like? What does your avenue for healing look like? What are your chances of getting better? That's your prognosis. So a lot of people underappreciate how much diagnosis negatively impacts prognosis. Like people get a diagnosis and they say, oh, you're bipolar. You're going to be this way for the rest of your life. Like, what do you think that does to a person? It's too bad that's not talked about more. That's why I won't shut the fuck up about it. How much psychology do regular doctors get? Probably like 1 or 2 classes. I don't know. They might have to take a higher level class, but it's probably still like a generalized one. Atticus, cool it. Cool it, dude. Just give me a few minutes. You were just outside. You just got water. Like, you're good. You're good, dude. Just hang out in this room with me for a few minutes, please. Doggy, come on. This dog is just so whiny. He probably wants to pee. I let him out to pee a few minutes ago. I took my break, and the reason why I was gone for so long is I was taking the dogs outside too. Like, he's good. He's good. He just wants to go smell stuff. He wants to go smell things that aren't in this room. He can smell stuff coming in from the crack under the door, and it's driving him fucking crazy because he has to go smell them. That's how his brain works. He's a beagle. That's how he thinks. He's like, I gotta go smell this shit. I gotta go. One of the cats just took a shit in one of the litter boxes on the other side of the house, and I can smell it. I can smell it like it's right here in front of me. Because that's how powerful a beagle's nose is. He's like, I gotta go smell that shit before it disappears. I'm like, chill out, dude. It'll be there. You can go smell it soon. He's like, no, I gotta smell it when it's fresh. That's what he's whining about. That is what that is why he is complaining. He has nose fatigue for this room that he's in. He needs to go to a new room so that he can smell that room. You know, like when you spend long enough in a room, you stop smelling the room. Your nose just gets, fatigued from the smelling, and you just don't smell stuff anymore. That's what he's going through right now. You gotta remember, a dog's nose is 1 billion times more powerful than ours. And that dog has a fucking nose. So yeah, that's why he's whining. He wants to go smell things. Guarantee it. Just smell it from under the door. It'll be there when you get there. Just be patient, my dude. Patience is a virtue, friend. So yeah, let's get back to this question. I keep getting distracted, and this is why I don't answer questions when after I take an edible. I'm just too distractible. So anyway, she brought up treatment-resistant depression. Almost out of nowhere, it sounds like. I don't know. I really feel like I'm in the best place I've ever been in my life. You talked about when getting better, the most dangerous part is when you start feeling better as far as self-exiting. I feel like that's what that was. Or that's what this was. But I don't have energy, and it is really hard to push myself. If you want the energy, you have to put more demand on your body. I know that this sounds like it won't work because depression doesn't think that it will work, and you're trying to not think like a depressed person. You're trying to think like a healthy, happy person. And so you're going to have to change some of your thinking surrounding yourself, surrounding the, life. You can't just lay around in bed and manifest the energy that you need to do the stuff that you want to do. You're like, if I just rest long enough, the energy will come to me. If I just sleep another couple hours, I'll be good. Like, no, you actually have to get up and you have to start moving, because then your body says, oh, okay, I'm not in hibernation mode. I'm not in, low power mode. I actually need to start cranking out the juice. And so your metabolism increases. Your body starts burning fat and breaking down sugars and creating more energy within your body. And next thing you know, you have more energy than you thought you did. Once you actually start to tap on the gas a little bit, you'll realize, you know what, I actually have more energy than I thought. So you go for a walk or something, and then you're like, could I do another lap? Could I go a little bit further? Let's see what I've got. You just have to push your limits. You start putting more of a demand on your body, and your body will start to produce more energy for you. Which might sound counterintuitive. Like, from the perspective of a depressed person, this doesn't make sense. Because from the perspective of a depressed person, I don't have enough energy. I barely have enough energy to get up and go to the bathroom. It's like, well, if on your to-do list, all that you need to build the energy for is to get up and go to the bathroom, it's like you're not going to create much energy within yourself. But if you have to get up and go walk a mile, your body will find the energy it needs to get up and walk a mile. You're not just going to collapse halfway through the walk because you're out of energy. You will create the energy you need, but you have to put the demand on your body. And so a depressed person thinks, I've only got so much energy to give. I can't waste that energy doing other things. I'm using that energy to survive. And it's like, yeah, because you're in survival mode. Or you're trying to transition into living mode. You're basically in battery saving mode. You are in low power, 5% left on your phone, power saving mode. What does your phone do when it's in power saving mode? It slows down the CPU. It limits which apps you're able to open, and it lowers the screen brightness. Sounds just like depression to me. Did you know that depression actually makes you view the world in less color? A depressed person views the world in lower saturation. Such a good analogy. It is a good analogy up until the point where you realize, well, if I need more energy for my phone, I just plug it in. But for you, that it doesn't work. It's the opposite. It's like, if you want more juice, you actually have to use your body. It was like, if you just used your phone more, it would just drain the battery more, but thankfully you're not a phone. Like, you don't need to be plugged in to get energy. You have to be in motion to get energy. If you think of your body as an energy factory, it creates more energy when it's in motion than when it's stationary or sedentary. I think right now, you're at the next stage of your recovery, you're at the next stage of your healing, you're like, all right, I'm at the point where I'm actually ready to start doing stuff. So don't beat yourself up for not doing stuff already, because you needed to wait until you were at that point where you were ready to do the stuff you needed to do. Sometimes when we're on our way out of depression, our mind will find a way of being like, now shouldn't you have done this sooner? Shouldn't you have been doing this the whole time? It's like, no, shut the fuck up. I can't go back in the past and change it. I can't start this earlier. I started it when I was ready. You gotta get into the habit of telling those thoughts that want to put you down or judge you for doing what you need to do. It's like, oh, why didn't you do it sooner? It's like, oh, why was this so hard? It's like, you hear the voice that I apply to them. I apply like a nagging kind of, rephrase your intrusive thoughts. When you have an intrusive thought, meaning a self-defeating thought or a thought that just makes you feel bad for no fucking reason, change the voice that you're delivering that thought to yourself in. Like, whose voice is it in? Is it in your voice? Is it in your mom's voice? Your dad's voice? Some generic, judgmental type of voice? Those thoughts have a voice. Whose voice is it? Change the voice that it's in. Because right now, the voices that you hear, the intrusive thoughts that you have, are probably you or someone that you know, and they're delivered in a very judgmental tone. Now, why aren't you doing this? Change it. Give it the voice of a whiny teenager. Now, like, why didn't you do this sooner? Like, don't you know that, like, going on walks is actually good for you? Like, you should have been doing this, like, months ago. Like, what is wrong with you? It's like, shut the fuck up. I find that reassigning your intrusive thoughts an annoying voice makes them easier to deal with and easier to dismiss. Or a hissy Karen, another good suggestion. Excuse me, shouldn't you actually have been working out months ago? Like, don't you know that working out actually promotes the increase in serotonin in your body? Don't you know? Excuse me? Find a voice that you find it easier to tell to shut the fuck up, and then give your negative thoughts that voice instead. Whatever that voice may be. A whiny little baby. A griping teenager. I feel like realistically, one of the easiest voices to just like disregard is like a griping teenager, because honestly, teenagers will just fucking complain sometimes about the stupidest shit, and they'll just be so fucking dramatic about it, like, bruh, can you believe she hasn't texted me back yet, bruh? It's been 30 minutes. Like, what the fuck? How about a Daisley will actually incel?
Actually, don't you know that by producing serotonin in your body requires exposure to sunlight, and sunlight ties into your biological systems. Don't you know that your body produces a positive effect when you introduce it to sunshine and physical activity? Duh.
Atticus, he's getting excited. He hears me doing these voices. He says he likes it when I do voices. Atticus, I'm trying to get through these questions. Do you want to go outside? Do I really need to get up and go put you outside just so that you're just bored? He's bored. He wants to go smell stuff. Here, smell me. Get a good whiff. Smell my hands. What do you think? He gave me a kiss. That's a good boy. Okay. I'm gonna finish this question, I swear. I keep going, like every time I read a paragraph, I'm just going someplace else. I need to reel this shit in. I need to get my shit together. Alright, let's go. So, my nurse practitioner suggested an SNRI. I haven't tried those yet, so I was surprised about the treatment-resistant depression comment. And she prescribed Effexor. Today is my second day taking it. An SNRI acts on a different neurotransmitter than other types of antidepressants. The most commonly prescribed antidepressants are SSRIs, which are selective serotonin uptake reinhibitors. Which means that TLDR, they help, or they are supposed to help your brain have a higher level of serotonin. The same would go for an SNRI, except the N would be norepinephrine. Norepinephrine. Do we know which one that is? Do you know which one epinephrine is? Norepinephrine is the one that counteracts epinephrine. That's why we named it norepinephrine, because it says nar to the epinephrine. Epinephrine also has a street name. It's interesting to say because most other neurotransmitters don't commonly go by more than one name, but for some reason epinephrine goes by more than one name, and so there's often some confusion surrounding it. Do you know what the street name is? You want some hints? Epinephrine is the active ingredient in an EpiPen. That's why it's called Epi. That's what the Epi stands for. Adrenaline, ding, ding, ding. Epinephrine is just another name for adrenaline. Noradrenaline is also a neurotransmitter. And what it does is it helps to relax your brain and calm your brain down when your adrenaline spikes. Now, what causes your adrenaline to spike? I'm sorry, I'm talking to you like you're a kindergartner. Now, what is it, class, that causes your adrenaline to spike? Panic attacks and anxiety? Good! There are many situations which will trigger your adrenaline to spike. Adrenaline is one of the, if not the, it might be the, I don't know, we're talking millisecond differences. It might be it's the fastest acting, or it's one of the fastest acting. I don't know if it's the fastest acting, but it is one of the fastest acting neurotransmitters, meaning that when your body creates more adrenaline, you feel the effect very quickly. You can very quickly go from a state of low or no adrenaline to high adrenaline. You can do that very quickly because it's kind of like jet fuel for your brain. It's like, oh shit, that house is on fire. Oh shit, there's a baby in there. And then next thing you know, you're just fucking running into that burning house. And you don't feel the flames. You're just running in there. And it's not until afterwards that you're like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened? I'm shaking. Shaking is actually a side effect of adrenaline exposure. Adrenaline spikes so quickly because it's meant to get you to act quickly in dangerous situations. Anxiety releases adrenaline because anxiety puts you into those types of situations where you feel like it's do or die. Does that make sense? Everybody following so far? All right. One of the things that I want you to know, if you don't know this already, is that your neurotransmitters have corresponding neurotransmitters. Not all of them, but some of them do. Meaning that they fit in the same spot, or like they take up the other one's spot. So by introducing more of one type of neurotransmitter, the other type goes down because they kind of balance each other out. All right? That's why this one is called noradrenaline, and it's kind of like the anti-adrenaline. And what it does is it makes you feel chill. It makes you feel... Actually, it makes you feel kind of good. And so an SNRI would increase the amount of noradrenaline that your body has available by prohibiting its reuptake. Your brain recycles all of its neurotransmitters, and by preventing them from being reabsorbed, it gives your brain more time to process them and feel them before they get picked up and recycled. Hold on, I feel like I need to show you this real quick. If you're having a hard time following, hopefully this makes more sense. This is how your brain communicates. One brain cell communicates with the other brain cell by shooting a bunch of chemicals at it. They don't actually touch. There is a gap, meaning that a lot of what one cell shoots out to the other cell might not get to where it's supposed to go. It's just left floating within your cerebrospinal fluid. And so what your body does is it sends out enzymes that go out and swim in the fluid and then pick them up. It picks up those neurotransmitters that are just floating free inside your brain, and it brings them back into the cell so that they can be reused. It's kind of like you're shooting a shotgun, and all those little tiny pellets, some of them go into the target, and all the ones that don't, it's like you go out there and you find them and you load them back in. Anyway, what reuptake inhibitor medications do is they prohibit or they limit the level of reuptake, which is what we refer to as the recycling process of your brain chemicals. We call that reuptake because they get reabsorbed into the cell that originally sent them out. Which means, theoretically, that your body has more time for the next cell that it's supposed to send the chemical to actually get that chemical before it gets recycled. Any questions? So SNRIs do that for norepinephrine, which is also known as noradrenaline, which is the anti-adrenaline. Atticus has lost his patience. Yes, he is losing his mind. He's decided that he has chosen violence. Atticus, if I have to get up, I'm just going to put you outside because I don't know what it is that you could possibly want. You were just outside. Alright, give me a second. This dog's just going to drive me crazy. This dog's just going to drive me crazy. I'm going to put him outside real fast. Give me just a sec. Check out these baby sloths. So it's about how fast the neurotransmitter goes from brain cell to brain cell. Microseconds, or maybe even like... I don't want to use like a specific measurement, but it's fractions of a second, very small. Like maybe not like picoseconds, but definitely like nanoseconds or microseconds. I'm not sure which. Your brain operates on a delay though, which is why sometimes, okay, I want to talk more about this, but I gotta get this dog out of here because he's going insane. Don't let me forget. Remind me what we were talking about when I get back. Give me just a second so I can get this dog out of here. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, baby sloths out. Baby sloths out. So the question was, how fast do the neurotransmitters go from brain cell to brain cell? I want you to think about the way that energy flows through your brain. Because when you think about this, it's not normally just like a zap of lightning and then that's it. It's not like your brain is more like a thundercloud. There's just a lot of energy moving around, and so the same cells might get reactivated multiple times during any particular thought process. This is a representation of what the electrical activity in your brain looks like. This is a real-time visualization. There's a lot going on up there. It's like a thundercloud. Oh, this is pictures of people getting an EEG. I was hoping for actual EEG results. So it measures the different types of your brain waves, different levels. Oh, okay. It's more specific. It's called a QEEG. Called a quantitative EEG, meaning that it can actually like show you what different mood states look like. A lot of activity in the frontal lobe of a person with ADHD, which is kind of funny because you would assume that a person who's having a hard time with executive dysfunction might have a difficult time, or might not have a very active frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is the part that produces executive function, but level of activity in certain parts of the brain, too much can be bad for you. You're right, it's called a queeg, which is really funny. It's called a queeg. Kind of weird how your brain looks like a galaxy. You want to get even weirder? Imagine what the universe looks like. It's the same pattern. There's a certain pattern that exists in nature and in the universe, and it repeats upwards and downwards. So you see this pattern in the roots of a tree, you see this pattern in the circulatory system of your blood vessels, you see it in the neurons in your brain, you see it in the fungal mycelium, you see it in the way that the stars arrange themselves. But you also see it in our individual cells. You also see it in atoms, particles. We're inside a bigger being, infinite organism loop. So now the question is, how do you connect with that higher dimension version of you? Because if you are looking at yourself through a microscope, let's say for a second that you, on a higher dimension, a higher dimensional self, you are looking at yourself in this particular dimension through a microscope. How do you connect more with that higher dimensional version of you? Also, what sort of stuff do they want for you? What do they want? What are they looking at you for? Part of what they talk about in recovery groups, or like it's actually part of like the 12-step program as well, the surrendering to a higher power. Something bigger than you. Because so long as you believe that you are the biggest thing that exists in the universe, it's like you really gotta step outside yourself. So maybe if you have a hard time surrendering to a higher power, like such as a a god or a creator or something like that. Like, why not surrender to a higher dimensional version of you? You as you exist in the 5th dimension. Hi. Hey, how's it going? I'm gang stalking myself. Got him. Wait, do we have some? Okay, yeah, look at this. Brain cells and the way that galaxies are arranged in the universe. Oh yeah, we had another chess named chatter come in, and I was like, oh, I know somebody you're gonna love. Isn't it interesting that this pattern exists? This to me is part of why I feel like I am the universe experiencing itself. Like I am a child of the universe. The universe has, shaped and guided my biological evolution over the span of billions of years to result in consciousness, which is then able to reflect on itself. It took billions of years, but the organisms within the universe were able to start figuring out what the universe was. You know those science fiction shows where there's always an episode of a science fiction show where they get into like a tiny vehicle, a tiny like submarine or something, and they go inside of a human body and they like journey through the inside of a human body. I'm like, that's a trope that's been repeated in TV and movies for a long time. You know what I mean? In a way, you are the universe doing that to itself. Except your vesicle is your body. I'm too fucking high. I'm just trying to figure this shit out, dude. I'm just trying to figure this shit out. I feel like that's what most of us are here trying to do. So anyway, we were talking about noradrenaline. It's the anti-adrenaline. It's the neurotransmitter that it lowers the amount of adrenaline in your brain because it competes for the same space. The thing about noradrenaline is that it is slower to release within your body. It takes longer to accumulate, which is why it can take a while to calm down after a panic attack. You feel me? If adrenaline is rocket fuel, then noradrenaline is charcoal? Today's my second day taking Effexor. I guess I don't know how I feel about it. I really am struggling with energy and motivation. I didn't want to be on something else, but if it helps, I'm open. I'm hoping it does help, and I think that if you have a good outlook for it and a good mindset, then it will help. Allow it to help you for as long as you need it to. But I feel like taking antidepressants, they always come at a little bit of a cost. Like, it'll affect maybe your appetite or your sleep or your sex life. It's like, these types of medications, I've noticed, always have, like, some unexpected side effects. But it's like, it comes at a cost. It's like, would you rather feel depressed, or would you rather, put on some extra weight because of a side effect of your medication? Like, would you rather feel depressed, or would you rather, be able to get and maintain an erection? Just look at an antidepressant as training wheels. It's just training wheels for your mind, and it's okay to need your training wheels if you're trying to find your balance again. There's no shame in using them if you're just trying to find and maintain your balance. Once you feel confident in your balance, it's okay to take your training wheels off. And you know what? If you take your training wheels off and you find that you're still wobbling and still tipping over, it's okay to put them back on for a little while. I just wouldn't view it as something that you need to take for your entire life. Because typically...
Come on, dogs, let's go outside. Dogs.
I just let Atticus and
Oh,
Scout
you did just
out.
let them out?
Yeah, they're
Penny,
outside.
let's go. I let Penny in. Come on, Penny,
Oh.
let's go outside.
Yeah, I just put them outside because they wouldn't stop barking. Yeah, the meds will make it easier for you to do the work that you need to do. And then after you do the work that you need to do, and you feel like you've got a new way of looking at the world, and you've got a new set of routines and coping skills, it's like, realistically, what do you need it for? Like, what is it doing for you? Like, if you teach and train and rewire your brain to do what you need it to do, like, what is the pill doing for you at that point? I just got a treadmill right before my appointment to start walking because I thought walking would help boost my energy levels. I'm just really conflicted about this because I would really love to have motivation and energy. And start walking. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good plan. It might not boost your energy levels at first. It might a little. You might feel some benefit. You might be like, you know what, I actually do feel like I've got some more energy. In the beginning, it might feel like, no, this isn't helping. And that's why a lot of people try it and then they quit and then they feel like, oh, it doesn't work. It's because I didn't notice an immediate benefit. What I would recommend doing, set a really low goal. Tell yourself that you're going to walk on it for like a really low amount of time every day for a week. Like, I'll do it for 5 minutes in the morning. Because, and here's the spoiler. It feels better to exceed your goal than it does to accomplish your goal. So by setting your goals low and then exceeding those goals, it actually feels even better. So that's why you don't start off by saying, I'm going to walk an hour every day. You say, no, I'm going to walk 5 minutes. I'm going to walk 10 minutes. And then after 10 minutes, you're like, you know what? I think I could do another 10 minutes. And then you do 20 minutes. And it's like, oh my God, I doubled my expectations. And it feels even better. So set goals for yourself and then try to push past those goals. Even if it's just by a little bit. One more rep, one more block, a couple more minutes, whatever it might be. Because biologically, it is more rewarding to exceed your goal. So it's like, wow, I did even better than I thought I would. Looking for something? Oh wait, Casey. There should be a black plastic knife on top of the microwave. I left one up there in case it needed to be used. She was like, I'm looking for a plastic knife. Since we haven't had our kitchen appliances installed yet, we've been having to use like some disposable like plates and cups and stuff. And I bought plastic forks and plastic spoons, but I didn't buy plastic knives because like you hardly ever need them. But I stashed one on top of the microwave just in case I did need one. I'm like, I'm not trying to be too wasteful. I'm like, I'll reuse and wash some of my plastic silverware that we've been using just to like not be too wasteful. But it's gonna be really nice once the kitchen's finished. And I can go back to using regular plates and utensils. I'm already on 2 other medications, and I guess I wanted to move away from meds in the future, but if it helps, I can always taper off when the time comes. I don't know, is this worth trying? I see her in 4 weeks. I would say that since you are in a position where you are willing to add walking to your routine, that I would try your existing medications plus the new lifestyle choice instead of 3 medications plus the new lifestyle choice. Just as a scientist, this will give you a better idea of whether it was the lifestyle change or the medication that actually helps you to feel better. But if you add both at the same time, it's going to be like, well, is it the pill that's helping me feel better? Or is it the walking that's helping me feel better? You've been taking it for 4 days. Okay, here's the thing. Take it. Take it and take it every day like you're supposed to. Yeah, maybe don't start walking yet. No, keep walking. Hear me out. Let me cook. I got you. It takes these types of medications about 6 weeks to start working. You might feel something in the first few days, but that's mostly just a placebo effect. It actually takes about 4 to 6 weeks for the medication to accumulate enough in your system to actually do what it's supposed to do. So taking it for 4 weeks, first off, that doesn't make it hard to stop taking it. You haven't been taking it long enough for it to really matter. It hasn't actually really started to affect your brain at all. So you don't really have to worry that much if you take it for 4 weeks and then you decide, I don't really need this. But what I want you to do is during that time, I also want you to walk for those 4 weeks. I want you to try to use your treadmill as much as you can before your next appointment with your provider. Because that will actually give you a better idea of how much walking will help to improve your mood. Because the medication won't really have kicked in yet. And so if after those 4 weeks you actually do start to feel better, then maybe talk to your doctor about coming off the medication because you might not need it. Or maybe switching it out for one of your existing medications. But at that point, it's just kind of like you're choosing which side effects you want. So I'm not anti you taking medication if you find that actually is helpful for you, but I want you to add that exercise because you'll know earlier than 4 weeks if it's actually helping you. You won't have to be doing, daily exercise for a month to actually start feeling the effects. Like at most, that'll take 2 weeks. So I would say get your playlist ready. Get your walking playlist ready. That's it. Something you can spend your time doing today. You can put together your walking playlist. Songs to walk to. Bed management should be something your psychiatrist is always willing to discuss. I agree. And I feel like it's up to you to make your decision. But I would just say, let's say that you go for a month and you've been exercising regularly and you're starting to feel pretty good now. So it might not be the new medication. That's up to you at that point to decide whether or not you want to continue. The reason why the doctor wants to meet with you after a month is because that's like the best window of time to figure out, like, should I stay on this medication or should I not stay on this medication? Because it's enough time where it's like you can kind of see maybe if it's starting to make an effect. The doctor will probably know what to look for. But then it's also been enough time where you're like, maybe it's making some weird side effects with you, and now it's a good time to cut it off before it's been too long. So no, taking it for a month doesn't really mean a commitment. Not really. But yeah, if you were to start walking over the next month and you do start feeling better, that's more of a sign that it's the activity and the exercise that's making you feel better rather than the new medication, because the new medication will take, some weeks to actually start producing an effect. Should I worry about brain zaps? I wouldn't worry about brain zaps unless you actually start experience brain zaps. It's like, oh yeah, brain zaps. It's more commonly talked about now because I feel like it's like more people are taking antidepressants. Even like 5-10 years ago is like brain zaps weren't really something you talked about even as a side effect of antidepressants, and I think it's because they just hadn't been around that long to really understand all the stuff that they could do. Why does my weed cause me paranoia now when I used to smoke it? It didn't before. I've got a great answer for you, but I'll finish your question first. Are my brain chemicals just different now? Maybe no one knows the true answer to this, but it was a curiosity of mine. No, I actually do have the right answer. I do, I swear. And it's only because I smoked enough weed to figure it out myself. Like, I smoke weed from the perspective of a psychologist. Like, I'm very curious about the effects it has on my brain. So hear me out. One of the things that weed does is it kind of makes your thoughts looser. It kind of loosens things up a bit in your mind. When you're high, it becomes really hard to remember what it was that you were just talking about, so sometimes you lose your train of thought. And then when you try to remember what it was that you were just talking about, you can't remember. No matter how hard you try, you can't remember what it was you were just talking about. And the reason why this happens is because marijuana kind of suppresses your brain's ability to make new memories. Not entirely, but pretty well. And so, because of this, your thoughts become looser. Your thoughts just kind of flow. And so the question is, where is my mind flowing to? The best strategy is always to just try your best to relax and go with the flow and just chill. Like if you're ever feeling paranoid, it's like just put on a comfort show, get in your jammies, and have a snack, and you'll be just fine. When you smoke weed, it's kind of like it's almost like what meditation feels like when you're just watching your thoughts flow, except you can't turn it off because you have to wait until you're not high anymore for your brain to return to its baseline level of functioning. And so, if you're starting to feel paranoid, just try to redirect your mind. Just distract it. One of the things that is nice about smoking weed is it makes your mind very distractible. You know those leashes they make for children? Those child leashes? When you smoke weed, it's kind of like you let that part of you off the leash and you're just watching where it's going. It's like, oh, I want to watch cartoons. I want to eat candy. Let's go to Taco Bell. And it's like it makes you paranoid when you're watching this version of you doing stuff that adults should be doing, like handling, like standing near a vase, or so it can make you anxious, but just try your best to entertain yourself. Your mind is very receptive to distraction when you're high, so just try to distract it in a positive way. Try not to dwell on negative thoughts. Like you don't have to swim in a swamp, there's a nice pool right next to it. Thanks. No problem. Also, the next time you're gonna get high, you're gonna love it. You're gonna have fun. You're gonna be like, this is what getting high should feel like. I remember now. I got snacks. I got a blanket. I got my jammies. And I've got a show that always makes me laugh. Just treat yourself like you are your own babysitter. If you are too high, just be like, all right, buddy, let's get a snack. Let's get our jammies. Let's put on some cartoons, okay? You want a bowl of cereal? Literally that. When you're high is not the time to start thinking about, I have to pay taxes. Have I done my taxes? What month is it? They're gonna arrest me for not doing my taxes. I'm pretty sure I did my taxes, though. How do I check if I did my taxes? I'm like, you don't let that version of you sit down and do your tax paperwork. It's like, no, that's a job for grown-up you, and grown-up you's not here right now. Like, I'm sorry, but you smoked the devil's lettuce, and we're stuck in baby mode for the next 3 hours. That's some shit I think about. See, I know, and that's why I used that example. It's like, that's just, I feel like I accurately captured that type of like thought loop that you get caught into, and it could be about anything. How long has it been since I've called my parents? I can't call my parents right now. I'm high. They'll know I'm high. But I haven't called them in so long. Are they mad at me? If I don't call them right now, oh my God, what if something happens to them and I never call them again because I smoked weed? It's like, shh. Shh. In case of emergency, foolproof plan, Find your favorite show from childhood. What was your favorite cartoon when you were growing up? The show that you just were so fucking stoked to see. You never missed an episode. You were fucking seated. Even if it was the 1,000th time that that episode aired, you were fucking seated. Put that show on. Just fucking chill. Casey is just screaming in the other room. I'm like, what is she doing? Hold on, I want to look. What is she doing? Oh, she's playing the new Elden Ring? She's playing Elden Ring. Okay. That explains it. Not my sub expired. Uh-oh. Oops. She was playing Elden Ring, which means she's gonna need me to come help her play Elden Ring soon. It's like, I was in no rush to play the new Elden Ring. That game is hard. And I'm not saying it's beyond my skill. I beat Elden Ring. But it's like, some of these bosses, like, you gotta, like, fight the same boss for hours and hours. I'm like, that's a commitment. That's a commitment. I've got stuff I could be doing. I'm like, do I really want to memorize this boss's moveset? Or do I want to be, working on me? Like, do I have something I could... So, when I play games to chill. I like to play more, like... Lately, I've been playing more single-player RPGs, because they're pretty chill. Like, you can play that shit at your own pace. Is she playing the DLC? No. You have to beat Moog, Lord of Blood. We do have a save file where I did beat Moog though, but I think it's synced. I wonder if it's synced actually. I did beat Moog. I did cheese him though. I didn't actually fight him properly. Yeah, you can't even get into the DLC unless you beat a pretty hard boss. Which I guess is necessary because apparently all the bosses in the DLC are harder. Apparently they're pretty tough. My bad, I didn't know. That's almost an apology. You don't have to feel bad about not knowing a thing. Feel good because you learned a thing. She might have gotten the DLC, but I don't know if she's playing it. I don't know if she realizes you have to beat a hard-ass late-game boss to get to it. Your BF really likes those games. They're fun games to play, don't get me wrong, and you get a really nice sense of accomplishment whenever you beat a boss, but like, I beat Elden Ring and I'm just like, I don't know if I ever want to do that again. I don't know if I ever want to. You know what I mean? Like, you ever just do some hard-ass shit? I'm like, I'm sorry, but Depression was my Elden Ring DLC, and I beat that shit. And so, my threshold for challenge has been raised. I'm fighting my own Elden Ring DLC inside my mind. Do you ever think about the fact that you stream mental health for typically over 30 people, sometimes 50 plus people who basically all involve themselves in group therapy on a regular basis? Do you ever think about how you're reaching people who may never have gotten help? Do you ever think about how you are the best therapist a lot of us will get? A lot of therapists can't even keep a full 9-to-5 schedule of hour sessions, yet you hold over approximately 40 people for near 8 hours at a time. Do you ever think about all that and feel proud because you should. Well, now that you've pointed it out, now I do. So thank you for doing that. What can I say? I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I did therapy at an office. Like, I had clients come in, and I was like, I feel like I could be doing more. Like, don't get me wrong, I liked doing individual therapy. It was such a fun and fulfilling job, but I just couldn't help but feel like, you know what? I want to do this at a higher level. I want to do more. You know what I mean? And so I think it's going pretty well. That's still impressive. Yeah, not to downplay the important work that people who work in an office do. It just wasn't for me. Like, one of the most frustrating things about that therapeutic process wasn't the therapists. The therapists were always great. I was always, very impressed by a lot of the work that the therapists that I worked with were able to do, and the stuff that I was able to do, and the stuff we were able to do when we worked together. We would do groups together. There were a lot of talented, compassionate, wonderful people. But a lot of what bothered me about it was the structure of, how do I get therapy? A lot of people were left on wait lists, sometimes for months, to be able to see somebody. And if you end up, finally being able to see somebody, it's like, are you going to be a good match? Because being a good match with your therapist is really important. So, one of the ways that society deals with this problem is the invention of stuff like BetterHelp, which tries to solve the problems that exist within therapy, being accessibility, choice in your provider, which are two of the biggest problems. But it leaves one of the biggest problems unsolved, and that is quality of care. The best way to treat somebody's mental illness is to have high quality of care, high choice factor, and ready availability. Like, if you're ready to see a therapist, like, you want to see a therapist now. You don't want to wait a month or 2 months or even longer to see a therapist. If you're thinking about death, you don't know if you're going to make it another month. And let's say you do get in there and you finally do start seeing a therapist. It's like, what if they're just not a good match for you? Not because they're not a good therapist, but they just don't really, like, they have empathy and they're nice and they're compassionate and they have nice things to say, but on some level, some fundamental level, it's just like they just will never get it because they don't have that shared life experience. Maybe having a therapist that has that shared life experience, like, maybe you meet a therapist and you can tell, like, they lived a pretty privileged life. Like, they were able to afford to, like, go to school and be a therapist and get an advanced degree and have a high level of education. And so, maybe they have not had a very challenged life. Like, they haven't had to go without. And so on some level, you feel like they just might not get what you're going through. But there are therapists who do have that. And for your treatment, it might be better to meet with somebody who has a shared life experience. And then lastly, the quality of care. It's like, You want the therapist that you're meeting with to be good at what they do. Part of the benefit of working in an office with other therapists is you're able to have regular, contact and discussions to help keep you sharp and focused and up to date on, innovations and styles of treatment, and you're able to hear stories and share things that have happened so that you can help yourself, stay focused, stay sharp. That's what you need to do. You don't want to get dull. And I feel like that's a big problem when it comes to stuff like BetterHelp. It's like your therapist has to be on their A game. This is your life we're talking about. It's not a game. Like, this is you. We got to take this seriously. And I feel like there's just a certain level of disconnect when you're just doing it through an app. It's like kind of like how Tinder has resulted in the dehumanization of people through that app. It's like, it's kind of the same. It's like, if you never meet a person in person, it's like your relationship changes when you meet in person. Hello? Hey, how's it going? It's going good for me. I'm just chatting. Complaining about the mental health care system, complaining about BetterHelp. The main problem with BetterHelp is that it was designed by tech bros and not by actual therapists. Mental health needs some serious reforms for sure. True, and not just in the mental health care system itself, because obviously that has issues to be fixed, but also I feel like there needs to be more education about mental health. I'm like, I can't tell you how many people I've met who have next to no understanding about what anxiety is even. The amount of times I hear people say I have anxiety. It's like, we all have anxiety. Anxiety is a fundamental feature of your brain. People view it though as almost like a something you can catch. You're schizophrenic and you haven't gotten therapy in 15 months in Greece. How have you been coping? What's been working for you? I had a few other, I haven't seen them in a minute, but I had some other viewers who would always come in from Greece, and they would always tell me love from Greece. Apparently I'm big in Greece. I want to be the #1 streamer in Greece. In every country that has poor mental health care systems, I want to become their #1 streamer, and then I can go on a world tour. Think about it. I'm kind of done hanging out in America. I've seen most of America, and I'm just kind of bored of it. I want to go see other countries. I think they can't understand that I have a problem just because I'm so high functioning on meds. Hey, you being high functioning, that's good. That's good. Part of that is the meds for sure, but also part of that is you. Part of that is your brain's ability to heal itself and think differently just by exposure to that way of thinking. Just having a clearer mind helps you to have a clearer mind all the time. But sometimes they treat me like everything's normal. Isn't that how you want them to treat you? Oh, but like in negative ways. You get accused of not finding a job. Just tell them you're self-employed. Just be like, I'm working for myself. Just tell them I'm an entrepreneur. Say, I'm a freelancer. Just say, okay, you make games? I'm a game developer. I got a job. Oh, okay. Very cool. They tell you you wake up too late. That's just because they wish they could sleep in. Anybody who ever is complaining about how late you wake up, they're just jealous because they don't get to sleep in. Like they say you sleep in and they're like, damn, I wish I could still be sleeping. They're like, I wish I could get that much sleep. I haven't gotten enough sleep in 30 years. That's what they're thinking. They're like, I haven't slept well since I was 5 years old. I haven't had a decent night's sleep since I was a baby. That's what they're thinking. I'm just leaving this question message up because it makes me feel good about myself. It's the equivalent of, I should get a refrigerator. Hold on. Let's do this. What color refrigerator should I get? I guess I can change it digitally. Okay. Oh, hang in there 1 second. I got this. Okay. Let me put my refrigerator in here. This is gonna add to my stream's production value, so just hang in there for a minute. Right. Should be about this big. This is a good comment. This one's going on the refrigerator. God, I need to clean up my OBS because it's a mess. I've got so many layers, so many different random shits I've put on here. Okay. Oops, that's the wrong direction. This is a good submission. This one's going on the refrigerator. All of this work for this bit, I hope it's worth it. We're putting that one on the fridge. There you go. Thank you for the kind words. Was it worth the work? I think so. I think I'll use this again in the future. I think it was worth the work. Alright. We'll say so. Thank you, anonymous gifter, 8 days ago for a gift sub. Hey, Maiden, I saw on Twitter that your tagline was "Stop gang stalking me." We actually talked about gang stalking the other day. How's your gang stalking going? It's going horrible. I fear you may have upset too many toxic members of the internet community, and they're rallying in hating you. Right now, you're like Frankenstein, and the town is surrounding you with pitchforks and torches. They're coming for you. Yeah, this is how you... Oh yeah, that makes sense. I find that, like, holding on to a thread of reason and, like, being able to talk to yourself rationally and figure things out, I feel like that's really how you help to rewire your brain when you go through a psychotic phase. Because the thing about psychosis is that for many people, it's not permanent. When we talk about schizophrenia, it's normally typically implied that it is something that is permanent, but schizophrenia can actually go into remission. I feel like people can drive themselves crazy, and they can drive themselves sane. So sometimes people get lost out in the wilderness. They have a hard time finding their way home. I feel like there might be an overlap. Like, I can't confirm this. This is just my speculation, but I feel like there's an overlap between what people commonly refer to as intrusive thoughts. Those thoughts that pop up in your head when you're standing on a high ledge, and it's like, jump. Do it, I dare you. Where you're like, what the fuck? Where did that come from? I feel like there's some overlap there between an intrusive thought and an auditory hallucination. It just comes down to, did I think that, or did that come from somewhere else? Like, if it's there, your brain came up with it. If you get good at tuning it out and just not letting it affect you, there you go. Part of how we measure mental illness is how much does it affect your life? How much does it impact you? In reality, like, the difference between someone who's seen as mentally ill and someone who is just seen as, like, an artist is, how much money do you have? Like, do you have enough wealth to support your bizarre thought patterns? Like, what about people who go to church every week and they think that they can hear the voice of God? Like, are they schizophrenic because they feel like they're hearing a voice that's coming from somewhere else? Or is it actually just their conscience delivered to them in the impression of whatever voice they feel like God would speak in? Are those natural survival instincts, your mental testing you kind of thing by thinking the worst possible thing and that way you can avoid it? Say, yeah, you get it. You get it. Like, that's the way that we process our anxiety. It's like, what would I do if I was on a stranded desert island and I had no food and no water and I had to survive? Like, what would I do? Or like, what would I do if like a bunch of armed invaders entered my home and I had to fight them all off John Wick style? Like, what would I do? Anxiety will be doing that. It'll just be like, what would I do if some really fucked up shit happened? I think the main thing about schizophrenia is the conversations you have with the voices. An interesting point to mention. But think about this. Just think about this. Imagine two people in your mind. Just imagine two people in your mind. Two versions of you. Imagine you're talking to your clone. Like, you have it within you to imagine a conversation between two people. So it stands to reason that you would also be able to engage in a conversation with yourself. Because ideas and thoughts are generated in different regions of the brain, and sometimes we interpret communication between those two parts of our brain as a conversation with a voice from somewhere else. But in reality, it's all happening inside your brain. It's just part of how you're thinking. It's part of how you're figuring things out. It's part of how you're trying to reason things. And sometimes we do this in imagined conversations. What might be helpful, and this is a technique that they recommend for people who have like split identities and stuff and we're trying to like reintegrate their personality. I want you to picture you and that other aspect of you that you're having an internal dialogue with, and I want you to imagine them coming to agreement and becoming one. They are reuniting, they are reunifying. What's the difference between a thought and an idea? The sensation of like an idea, I feel like, is more like I had to sit down and think about it. Like I had to come up with this. I had to cook. Whereas a thought is like a fart. It just happened. It just flows through. A thought could be good. It could be not so good. It's just a natural byproduct of your brain being on right now. Like your brain is on. There's juice flowing through it. You're awake. You're conscious. You're not sleeping. You're not in a coma. You're awake. And so your brain is on. And kind of like the hum that an air conditioner makes whenever it is on, your brain kind of has its own backing track, and that is thinking. Now, I feel like an idea is when you go into that background noise that is normally flowing and you try to pick out a certain sound in particular. You try to make it out amidst all the other sounds that are going on. I feel like that is the difference between an idea and a thought. If the thought is the river, the idea is the fish. You know, sometimes we think that something is going to happen, and then it does end up happening. Sometimes our instincts and our guesses about what will happen in the future turns out right. So the question is like, did I see the future, or do I just have good instincts? Is it oracle or is it instinct? But to take it one step further, does it really matter? Does it really matter if it was oracle or if it was instinct? Not really. Not in a fundamental way. Like whether or not you saw the future or you just guessed what was going to happen, does it really matter? I think I would rather it be instinct. I feel like to be able to see the future would to be trapped in that future. I feel like we kind of need it to be a surprise. If we see things coming, it's spoiled, and then it becomes boring, and then we just get stuck in it. You need to focus on what's good for you in real life. I agree. It's a good thing. Feeling divine and special is just a diversion from your actual life. You need to get rid of it? Not necessarily. You can have both. You can have both. Porque no los dos? There's nothing wrong with feeling special. I mean, I believe we're all divine. Exactly. Then what's wrong with celebrating the divine that's also a part of you? But I made it in the chosen one sense? Well, I mean, you are still worth celebrating because you are the one that you get to experience life through. So why not celebrate yourself? I celebrate myself and sing myself for every atom belonging to me as good belongs to you. Walt Whitman, Song of Myself. I feel seeing forward just makes me more paranoid. Right? If you've ever read the Dune books, there's actually a really interesting discussion about the curse of being able to see the future. It like becomes a prison for you. Like if you know what's going to happen, it's like you almost lose your ability to make choices. You become stuck on that path. It would be so boring. It would. It'd be like skipping ahead in the book to read the end, and you're like, oh. Okay. Ooh. Right? Like, it would be depressing. And that's kind of what happens in the book, is like the main character, he gains the ability to like see into the future. He hates it because he feels like he's stuck in it. And so he starts to like crave moments that he wasn't able to accurately predict or see coming. There's even a point where like There's even a point where like he isn't able to see, and other people are like, "You're blind," and he's like, "But no, I can actually still see you because I can see the future still." And so there's a point where he just like narrates what someone else is doing for like minutes. He's just telling this guy, is like, now you're doing this and you're wearing this and you look like this. Like some guy accuses him of being blind, and so he just like fucks with him for a while.
Ooh.
Well. Whale. How we doing? Any last thoughts? Any last ideas? Any last questions? Screams. Yeah, I'm gonna go see what Casey's screaming about. She's playing Elden Ring, which is why she's screaming. Oh, Anonymous gifted me a sub on her stream, so now I don't have to watch this ad. Thank you. I'd like to recommend Final Fantasy VII. You like Final Fantasy VII too? We're talking about the original PlayStation. Oh, she's fighting Margit, the Fell Omen. Not Sorcerer Rogier has died. Oh, she's rolling too soon. She's rolling too early. Like, I fought Margit enough times where, like, I'm pretty sure I could beat this guy in, like, 1 or 2 tries today because I had to fight him so many times. It's like, oh yeah, I remember his moves. The first time I beat this guy, it took me so long, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's ingrained. She's doing good. She is doing good. She's got him down past half, but, like, the thing is, she's rolling a little early. She's rolling a little early on the hammer slams. She's rolling just a little early when the big hammer comes down. It's like, you want to roll at the last second when he does that, otherwise you're going to get hit by his AoE. Also, she does a lot of rolling to the side, but in this fight, you want to do more like rolling backwards, I think. Well, at least that's how I fight him. Like, I'll roll backwards and then I'll go back in with like a jump attack or something. I'm gonna have to watch her. I'm about to go in there. I'm about to go in there and see if she wants me to help her. Well, I think she should beat Margit. She should beat Margit. If I have to come in and beat Margit for her, I'm like, she's not gonna be able to do any of the other bosses. Like, he's a great training boss. He really sets the tempo for this game. I'm like, he whoops your ass the first few times, but like, after you beat him, it's like you're much more prepared for the rest of Elden Ring. It's just really good game design on their part, I think. It is a pretty well-designed game. Soulscape, excellent design. I've always been a bit of a From Software fan. One of my favorite games on the PlayStation 2 was Armored Core. I forget which one. It might have been Armored Core 2. Armored Core, yeah, I think it was Armored Core 2. The Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is good. I played the remake. I played the remake of it, but I haven't played any of the other ones that they've released, just the first one that they released. The first one will always have a special place in my heart, though. Like, that was my first RPG. I feel like if people are into RPGs, like, you remember your first RPG. Like, because that shit was probably hard. Like, you probably had to learn a lot. You probably had to spend a lot of time learning how to play that game. I did end up using a guide because I was a kid when I beat it, but like even playing that game with a guide, like there were parts that were still hard. Like if you're a kid playing that game, like some of those bosses would fuck you up unless you just like were way over leveled. This was the guidebook I had, and for a while there, it was like one of my most prized possessions. I'm like, it took me a long time to beat Final Fantasy VII as a kid, because it's a long fucking game. But I read this book like cover to cover so many times. I was just enthralled. I was fascinated by this game. Like when I was having dreams about it. Like, oh yeah. Vanish. You can't vanish yourself. You can't vanish yourself. As a moderator, it would have to unmoderate you. Mods can't be timed out. If you time out a mod, they lose their mod. I'll just pretend I didn't read it. Because I didn't read it yet. I only saw the vanish. I won't read what you said. I won't look. Here, I'll clear my chat on the stream. Anyway. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. How's she doing? How's she doing in this fight? I don't know if I need to. I won't beat the boss, but maybe I'll share some secrets. Maybe I'll tell her some techniques. I'll give her some tips and tricks. You said I need a nap and it made me yawn. How's that work? How's that supposed to work? Anyway. I'm running long. I'm gonna raid Casey because she's playing Elden Ring, and I'm gonna go pop in and see if she needs a hand. I don't want to beat the boss for her. I just want to Maybe give her some tips. Want to go be a backseat gamer. All right, everybody. I will be back tomorrow. Thanks for being so chill. I mean, when you think about it, is it really that fucking hard? It's really, like, to be chill, it's like, is it really that big of a... Some people have such a hard time being chill, and they act like it's the hardest thing in the world. I'm like, it's really not. No problem. I'm happy to be chill. It's my pleasure. Oh, I know what song I should play on the way out. I know. It's today's theme song.
When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking.
All right, everybody. Have a great night.
Let me ask you something.
I'll see you tomorrow. Take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. Bye-bye.
Have you ever made love just before breakfast? Have you ever made love while you watch the Late Late Show? Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever made love on a couch? Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever made love on the back seat of a car? I remember one time I made love on the back seat of a car, and the police came and shined his light on me, and I said, I'm stroking. That's what I'm doing. I be stroking.